Welcome all on this online conference to close the Smarties Project. It's a great honor to open the conference, and it's a pity indeed that this is an online conference, because it would have been great to welcome you all in Groningen, in particular because it's a sunny day, but also to really show you our beautiful city. And also because this city has gone through a huge transition with a lot of space now for people that either cycle or walk through the city. And it will become even more over the years to come. We have a big market space and there's still buses going there, but that also will disappear. So that has all kinds of consequences. And I think it was really a big revolution when in 1978, our circulation plan was launched, and I think almost overnight all the cars were banned out of the city, and you can imagine that led to quite some chaos. But now, 40 years later, we also see what it brings to a city when you really have the guts to do something really radical like that. And maybe in these times where we have all kind of big transitions, maybe we also should be taking a little bit more look back at our history and dare to take decisions that may sound really radical, but in the long term have quite good benefits. Although upfront that's not always possible to predict, of course. So as a rector, I'm really proud that we were part of this Smarties Project, and in particular Van der Jager, who really looked at this traffic circulation plan and also the closing down of one of our parks in the city, the Noorderplantsoen, and that started in 1994. And I think, that is, and particularly in Corona time, this was of course heaven for all people living in the city to go to the park and have a picnic or just go for a walk. So it has brought lots of good things to the city, but it's also important, of course, to do research on all these things and see what the impact is and also what we can learn from that. So, I'm really looking forward to the end result of this project. I hope there will be something at the end that I can also look at. But now I really wish you a wonderful conference and hope that we will welcome you another time in this beautiful city, so you can still have a feeling how Groningen has changed and what a beautiful city it is now today. So have a wonderful conference and hope to see you in future. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for this warm welcome. And we know that Groningen is a beautiful city because we've been there for one of our project meetings a couple of years ago, and we were so much looking forward to coming back. And especially if it's a sunny day, it was also a sunny day when we were there, or it were sunny days when we were there last time. And it was really, really a beautiful stay.
Yeah, but so you would be surprised how much it has changed even in the last couple of years. So, please come back another time. Unfortunately, I have to leave. I have another meeting to go. But enjoy your conference.
Yes, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, then I will continue with an overview about the Smarties project. And I share my screen again, so you should see it now. So what I want to do in the next 10 minutes is give you some orientation about what we did in Smarties and how the different things fit together, because Smarties was quite a complex project with a lot of different components, and I want to show you the overview before we go more into the details during the rest of the day. So first of all, also from my side, welcome to the final conference. And as you can see on the picture in the right, that is from the Groningen meeting that we were in a couple of years ago. And we were bicycling through the city, but we also visited the other cities that are part of the project and the islands. So you can see some of the pictures here from the work that we did in Smarties on your screen. But what was the main concept? What was the main idea of Smarties when we started out? Well, the idea was to combine a number of different research traditions to answer some of the pressing questions that the European Union sits with, and that also need to be answered to address such pressing topics such as climate change, for example. So we started with an idea that we want to look at successful cases of social innovation. The whole project is about social innovation in the energy sector, and we selected a number of cases where we knew that they had started a transition, some of them decades ago, some of them more recently, and we wanted to analyze what happened in these cities and on these islands. We also had 2 islands in the analysis, and how did these cases of social energy innovations evolve over time. So that was one component of our analysis. And then we wanted to take the lens of social innovation research and analyze in depth what has happened there. So what were the actors, who were the actors, what did they do, what were barriers they were running into, what were policies that were made that both made it possible to have these social innovations, or what were barriers on the way. So we wanted to research that through a theoretical perspective from social innovation research. But then we also wanted to combine this with social simulation and more specifically with agent-based modeling. So what we wanted to do is, after that we had understood what happened there, take one specific part of this long history of social innovations and try to create a simulated population, and to simulate, first replicate what had happened there, and then try out what happens if the conditions had been different or if something had changed there. And we developed these alternative scenarios by having a strong part of stakeholder involvement in the project. So we had the cities involved, but we also had a larger network of follower cities who were interested in what we were doing in Smarties, who were also visiting our cases and discussing there. And we involved these cities and islands in a process where we defined what could have been different scenarios, what would have been interesting to study as an alternative past. And all of this together went into the casework. So for each of the cases, we did the studies, we did interviews, we did surveys in some of the cities and so on. We did social simulations for many of the cases, not all of them. And we did the stakeholder involvement for all of the cases. And then the output of this process should, of course, be policy advice on the one hand. So we distilled policy advice from both the analysis that we did, the policy workshops that we did in the project, and also the scenario runs in the social simulations. But what we also wanted to do, and what we are going to premiere today, is build a policy sandbox tool, which gives you a taste for the, on the one hand, it presents the cases or some of the cases in detail, and on the other hand, it gives you a taste of the simulation work and what could come out of these types of scenario analysis. And based on that, we also developed a workshop concept, which we can now offer to interested cities and other, like islands or something, who are interested in using this kind of Smarties methodology. We have, as I said, this follower city web, the network of follower cities who were connected to our cases, and that in itself was an achievement for these cities. So they got inspired by visiting our cases and by discussing with them all the benefits and pitfalls of strongly fostering social innovations in the cities. And then, of course, we also contributed to method and theory development, both in the social innovation research tradition, but also in the social simulation tradition. And to just briefly show you our cases, they will be introduced in more detail after this session. So we had one case on case cluster on holistic mobility plans, where Groningen was one of the cases that we analyzed there, and Zurich in Switzerland was the other case. So we always paired 2 cases in a cluster. Then we had islands and renewable energy, where we compared Samsø and the Spanish island El Hierro, which both are dealing with an energy transition and at the same time addressing the issues that the island communities have. We have cases of district regeneration, where city districts in Malmo and Stockholm have been regenerated both from the perspective of energy efficiency on the one hand, and also improving living conditions for the marginalized groups in society that live in these city quarters. And then we have mobility in Superblocks, which combines the cases of Vitoria-Gasteiz and Barcelona, which is also a city planning concept where traffic is banned from the inside of larger blocks in the city, and that changes life of citizens within these superblocks. You will learn more about it in a couple of minutes. And then we have the energy efficiency against fuel poverty cluster, where we combined Aberdeen and Timisoara, where the main focus is on finding new solutions for dealing with the residents' need for heating, especially for groups that are economically vulnerable. So these 5 case clusters were analyzed in Smarties, and from each cluster you will see a short presentation after this first block here. So how was the structure of Smarties to begin with? The main concept is social innovation or social energy innovation. And I'm sure that in one of the presentations that comes later on, this concept will be defined in more detail. And from this perspective of social innovation, we had the 5 case clusters that are already introduced. So we had mobility, the islands cases, the superblocks case, and the regeneration case, and then the fuel poverty case. And for each of these cases, we did, in the first half of the project, quite substantial empirical work. So we interviewed people, we did document analysis. Some of these cases, like in Groningen, have 40 years of history to analyze. So we went through a lot of documents. We talked to the pioneers of these innovations. We interviewed people. We had focus groups in some of the cases. We also did surveys to provide more data. In other cases, there had been done a lot of surveys already, so we didn't need to repeat that work. And this work resulted in a first analysis of what the cases were about, and what the success factors were, and what the challenges were, and what key moments in time for these cases were. And based on that, on these key moments in time, we selected some parts of some of these cases and started initial development of these agent-based simulation models. So we developed a model in Groningen. We developed a model in El Hierro, which picked up some of the main transition points. We developed a model for Malmo and Stockholm, and we developed a model for Aberdeen. And then based on these 4 initial models, we also developed like a model that was a variant of these first models. So we developed a model in Vitoria-Gasteiz, and we developed a model in Samsø, which is then combining some of the ideas, the modeling ideas of the other agent-based models. And these agent-based models that we developed here in the project, they have different foci. So some of the models look at how do the social dynamics before a referendum impact the outcome of a referendum. Other models look more at how does the acceptance of the social innovation, in that case, the superblocks, how does that develop over time, depending on how the discussions go in the city. Then we had an agent-based model, which was very different from the ones that I talked about from Aberdeen, which is more about how do people make decisions about connecting to a heat network in the city, which is run in a very special way. And how does that connection to the heat network or not connecting to the heat network impact people's fuel poverty over time? So what kind of outcome does that have for fuel poverty? And then in the last model, that the Malmo and Stockholm model, the main idea of the model is about looking at how, or a key point in time here was when the apartments of people were to be renovated. People were given a decision if they want to join that and then get an upgrade, but that meant that they had to move for some time and so on. So that came with some costs. And there we model this decision of how does the social dynamic in the neighborhood impact people's decisions to accept this offer of an energy upgrade of the apartment. And then we had the follower cases that I already mentioned. And as I also said, these follower cases and the reference cases that we had in the project, they had meetings in the project for, well, 2 times, and they were exchanging ideas, but we also used these follower cases to see if the models that we develop, if they can be transferred to other contexts. So we did policy stakeholder workshops with all of our cases and also the prime follower cases, where we looked at what could have been alternative policy scenarios to the ones that were chosen in reality in the past, and then simulating how these alternative scenarios of policies, how they play out in the simulation models. So we ran the agent-based models with these policy scenarios and then checked if that has an impact on the outcomes. And you will see in the presentations later on that some of the alternative scenarios actually have quite a big impact, whereas others don't. And then we did the model transfer in the end, where we looked at, can we take some of the models that we have, let's say the Aberdeen model, and then look at, can we use that to model a potential heat network distribution on an island? Or can we take the Groningen model, tweak it a bit to the conditions of Budapest, and then get something useful of that out of that exercise for the city of Budapest? And the main idea of this last step was looking at how we can make use of the substantial work that flows into developing an agent-based model and transfer it with much reduced work to a different context and see if that still gives us some interesting insights. And then the very last step is the policy advice and the toolbox that I already mentioned earlier. So this combines all the lessons learned from the whole project. So we have some deliverables now at the end of the project which summarize the main findings and give policy advice. And we take some of these conclusions and some of these findings that we have and present them in the toolbox. So Smarties in a nutshell, the concept with many different inputs and many different outputs, but also the 5 case clusters that will be introduced to you in a second. The partners you can see here on this slide, scientific partners and user partners and cases. The program I will not go through in detail because I'm already over time. So you have all access to the program, and with that, I only want to ask you, the participants or attendees in this seminar, to ask your questions to the presenters in the question and answer section of your screen, not in the chat. We will monitor the question and answer section more closely than the chat. Okay, with that, I end my presentation and I pass on to Christiana from the European Commission. Do you want to share your screen, or should I share your presentation from my screen to avoid these gray boxes that we had in the test run?
Indeed, good morning. Indeed, the latter, please.
Okay, so then I just started the presentation. Now I just need to share it. Okay.
Okay, great, thank you. So indeed, good morning, everyone. A pity not to be in the sunny Groningen, but I can tell you that I can welcome you to a strangely sunny Brussels today. And I'm here with you on behalf of the Commission, and I'm very pleased to be with you today because we can speak of a timely subject, which is our work as Commission and especially as DG Energy on integrating the human and social dimension into the European energy policy making. You can go to the next slide. I will speak today on the social innovation dimension of research and innovation framework program, and a bit of what is the definition and where do we find it in the EU funding and the role that it will have in achieving the objective of the European Green Deal. In the next slide, there is a image that I like very much because it shows the complexity of our Green Deal objectives, because we know that we are in the transition to this climate neutral economy and climate neutral society by 2050. And this is the defining challenge that we have in the century. But we see here that it's not only a challenge that entails a technical innovation. It calls for a wide-ranging societal transformation and the adaptation of our own lifestyles and our own behaviors. However, the level of adoption of the pro-environmental behaviors is far less than optimum and the level that we require to achieve the objectives that we set ourselves. And we see that citizens' engagement in energy transition is influenced by several social and behavioral dimensions. And the European Green Deal per se puts citizens at its center. So engaging citizens and engaging stakeholders is critical to achieve climate neutrality by 2050. But to do so, it is important to identify the potential accelerators, as is making a greater recourse to social sciences and humanities, social innovation alongside the STEM disciplines, because they are key to understand which factors affect the citizen participation into the energy transition. You can go to the next slide, please. Here we see what we actually mean as social innovation, and later on we'll see how and then we use it. So it is an innovation that it's made by society and to society. So it's a very complex concept that adapts really well to the complexity of the societal challenges that we're facing now. You can go to the next slide, please, Christian. We have seen the benefits of integrating social innovation because they were demonstrated in a range of H2020 projects that provided us with guidance, lessons learned, and policy recommendation on how to increase citizens' engagement. Throughout the 7 years program, we had over 200 projects related to social innovation and a total funding of over $1 billion of it. And Smarties Project was among one of these. It helps at identifying it will help identifying the success factors that support citizens' engagement, which is, for example, a proactive public administration and participatory mechanisms. As Christian described, explore the dimension of working with stakeholders is pivotal, and it has been done through experimentation, so adaptation of different models to different cities, creativity, and without forgetting and keeping an eye on the importance of the local identity. And you can go to the next slide. For these reasons, and for us having understood the importance of integrating social innovation in H2020, we did it also for Horizon Europe. It has been identified as one of the 5 cross-cutting issues that we have because it has a focus on transversal societal challenges and having an interdisciplinary focus will help us work against the program silos, because we will see social innovation is innovation per se, so it will build on synergies that Horizon Europe has with other funding programs also. This encourages the collaboration. And if I may say, since I have a couple of minutes more, in cluster 5, that's more on e.g. energy, so energy, climate, and mobility, the social and technological dimensions of the innovations that we have in our clusters are strongly interconnected, and we know that they can hardly be separated from each other. And specifically in the smart grid calls that we have from NAR, to make them successful and get public acceptance of the different energy technologies, building upon the recommendation we have, we tried to have social and behavioral dimension embedded in project design, and having a participatory approach, building on a sense of communities and shared values to help mobilizing citizens. And the characteristic of social innovation is that it helps on the uptake of the technology, so the scale up, but it's also important to bear in mind the scale out, so the replicability. And as Christian said, I mean, is try to understand and adapt the different models to the different local context. And this is very important, because social innovation is kind of a laboratory of ideas that will inform policy and the communities in achieving the Green Deal objectives. You can go to the next slide. Yes, so in the previous slide, we understood how and why it's important to leverage social innovation in Horizon Europe, which is mostly all the time, because most innovations are social technical. But let me just finish here with this latest slide to understand the importance of feedback to policy. Feedback to policy is important. We started this this process in cluster 5 to make sure that the projects and programs help provide this evidence-based policy making that we need throughout the policy cycle. We know that the deliverables and the results of the projects that are embedded in the social and innovation side of H2020 and will be in Horizon Europe will be important, because it will feed into our future programming. We know that innovation originates from the technology side and the science side, and also from the creative use of existing knowledge and technologies, and this is social innovation, and this is what we're doing it today. I've put here as an example that it came to my mind yesterday. I mean, we know that social innovation will help us in tackling the global challenges that we are facing right now and we will face in the future. And we see it in the pandemic now, for example, in the COVID-19, social innovation is important to address areas like health and care. But also I wanted to insert it here. I mean, I'm thinking of the Bauhaus initiative that is perfect as an example of the use of social innovation in policy making, and especially energy policy making, because it's a concrete initiative that starts with the bottom up and it will have a tangible results to feed in policy making. I will just finish now because my time is up. My clock says the time is up. I just wanted to congratulate, and I'm really looking forward to learn the knowledge acquired through the Smarties project, explore the findings. I'm very curious about the sandbox tool, and I am sure that your findings will feed into our future energy strategies. We will make sure of it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Christiana, for this good framework of where we are in with the project. So thank you for this introduction. And now we move over to the second block of the conference, and this is all about the social innovations on the ground. So you'll get hands-on presentations of the different case clusters, and I'm not going to lose any time because they are very, very interesting. So please go ahead with the case of Groningen, Terry.
Yes, thank you. I hope you can hear my voice at this moment. Yes. I'll share my screen. So, okay. I think I can start now. Yes, thank you. Well, good morning, everybody, also from my side, and a warm welcome from the city of Groningen. My name is Terry Albronda, and I'm policy developer for smart mobility in the city of Groningen. And in this presentation, I will give some insights about how we deal with mobility planning and social innovation in Groningen. On this slide, you see the Forum building in the city center of Groningen. Well, this should be the venue where we should have been today for the final conference, but unfortunately we have the conference now online, as you already heard, and I hope you will be able to visit Groningen another time. So let's go to the next slide. First, some facts and figures about Groningen. Groningen is with a population of 230,000, the sixth largest city in the Netherlands, and is located in the north of the country. And we are a compact city. From the city borders to the city center is only 6 kilometers. And we have a young population with many students. And we are the economic engine of the north. And as already mentioned also by Christian, one of the clusters in the Smarties project is called Holistic Mobility Plans, in which all city development and planning follows a coordinated approach focused on making the city mobility efficient and sustainable. And reference cases analyzed within the scope of Smarties for Zurich and Groningen. In the following slides, I will explain our mobility policy and the cases that we analyzed in the project. Groningen is known as a cycling city. We have little car traffic in the city center and many cycling facilities, such as separate cycle paths and free guarded bicycle parking. And we do more than 60% of our daily trips in the city by bike. But we were not always so bicycle friendly, as you can see on the picture. Our mobility transition started in the 70s, a time when the city was dominated by car traffic and buses, and a time when we had explosive growth in mobility and more space was needed to facilitate this growth. So how we eventually become so bicycle friendly? Well, the turning point was our traffic circulation plan in 1977. This implementation of this plan took place in one night, as already mentioned in the introduction. And the city center was divided into 4 sectors. And from that moment on, car traffic could no longer drive directly from one sector to another, while cyclists and pedestrians could still do. Now you can understand that the plan was not broadly accepted in that time, but slowly led to a general change in attitude in the years after. Another important project in our mobility transition was the closure of a large park for car traffic. As a trial, the park was closed for a year, after which a referendum followed. And at the time, only 51% was in favor of maintaining the closure. And I think if you ask that same question again nowadays, then the 51 would closer be to the 100 than it was in the past. So closing down the park road became a metaphor and catalyst for new public discussion on our entire transport infrastructure. This had to do with the implementation of several projects in the years before that favored public transport and bicycles instead of private cars. That was resulting in a negative opinion against the local government. And to ensure a broader basis for policy making, an extensive participation process was initiated for a renewed transport policy. And well, from that moment on, the mobility transition changed completely the governance logic of urban governance in Groningen. Now, with our newest sustainable urban mobility plan, we make choices that mark a new memorable point in the history of Groningen's mobility policy. And the continuous growth of the residents and jobs in Groningen is leading to increasing traffic pressure. And if we do nothing, the accessibility and quality of life of our municipality and our city in particular will decline. And it's very important that we ensure that we organize the growing demand for mobility in such a way that an excellent living environment in our neighborhood and villages is maintained and even improved. In our new SAMP, we look differently at the future of our traffic networks. And the most important change is that we will distance ourselves from the car approach in the design of our city. And in order to anticipate to the growing city, we have opted prominently for quality of life. And that is further saying goodbye to the car approach when designing our public space. And too many streets are still designed from the perspective of the car, while we want to embrace other modes of transport, and not only in the city center, but in the whole municipality. And the bicycle has traditionally been the smartest and fastest way to get around in Groningen. And now we are also giving pedestrians plenty of space. A permanent change can only be achieved together with employers and institutions for education and our hospitals. And many of these parties are prepared to make a structural shift toward more working and studying from home or traveling outside rush hours. And in doing so, we worked on areas and sector-specific agreements, for example, regarding work schedules and financial incentives for employees, and also altering class schedules for educational institutions. Yep. Well, what does our participation and governance look like today? Since the 90s, there was a strong political ambition towards democratic renewal. And as you can read in our last coalition agreement, it contains a number of interesting sentences about democratic renewal. I've listed some in this slide. And as you can see, our ambition is sustainable democratic renewal with far-reaching control and direction by the neighborhood and village communities. And I will show some examples from our daily practice. In Groningen, we work, for example, for several years now with so-called area teams. And these small teams include the district member of the municipal executive board and representatives of the different administrations. And they work together in and with the neighborhoods. This means that they are visible and easily approachable, and that builds confidence in working together. And our expertise is at the service of the process, and the area team ensures integrality and is the face and link in cooperation per neighborhood. If we then look to the near future, we see that the National Environmental and Planning Act states that responsibility for participation is no longer always at the government. The initiator, whether it's a citizen or a developer or the municipality itself, takes care of the participation process. And that's why we developed a participation workbook that everyone can use. And it contributes to increasing democratic quality. And the materials support in shaping a careful process involving more and also other people. And last year, due to the COVID crisis, we also added a first aid kit for online participation to this workbook. So in other words, we are dealing with a changing position of the government. It's from the left, from the heart of society in the past, to be part of society in the future. To conclude my presentation, I have a final statement with this maybe complex sheet. Well, democratic renewal has to do with what I call the transition from factor C, communication, to factor D, democracy. And this means that municipalities have a spin in the web function, and at the same time their roles shift from a decision making to a facilitating and co-creating role. And this creates a new balance between government, civil society, and also the private sector, and is, I think, evident through collaboration in new networks. So you could say that participation is a form of art, the art of connecting, letting go, and grasping when needed. So when the circumstances allow you to, you are more than welcome in Groningen. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Terry. We just move quickly on to the next presentation. And while Søren gets up his presentation running, I just want to remind you that if you have questions to our panelists, please post them in the Q&A section, and then we will take them up in the discussion afterwards. So please, Søren, the floor is yours. We cannot hear you. You're not muted, but we cannot hear you anyway.
Is it better now?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to tell you something about Samsø Energy Island. Samsø is an island in Kattegat in Denmark, and we took on a challenge to be the Danish energy island more than 20 years ago. And this is going to be my presentation. We are a little island of 3,700 inhabitants, and this island kind of has seen a lot of different challenges in the past, where we tried to overcome lack of jobs, immigration from the island, and an aging population. So you could say that the energy transition was kind of answering the problems that we had in the past, and we saw that there was an opportunity in a green transition that could help us in this. So this is why we have this equation here: commodities is commons plus community. And you can say that commodities is not really an existing word. It is something we created to describe what we did here, which is like the community administrating the commons, which is shared values and shared energy and resources. And this must be commodities seen in a perspective. What we did was that we looked at the present energy consumption and saw how we could change the existing energy infrastructure and replace it with green energy, with wind turbines, with district heating, with energy efficiency and savings and stuff like that. To do that, we needed to go through a process of education, capacity building, and financial, instruments and resources that we needed to make this transition. There was a Danish policy for green transition because we decided in Denmark after the oil crisis in the 70s to go away from fossil fuel, shut down the coal-fired power stations, and boost a green innovation in Denmark and have a more decentralized structure. So you could say we were helped by a national framework that made it possible for us to do what was needed to make this transition. And in a time span of just 10 years, we invested almost like $500,000, like 70 million euros worth of energy transition, which was a lot of money for 3,700 people. The oil prices from that period also was about $30 per barrel on the world market in 1998. And in 2008, 10 years later, it was almost $130. So you see that same time frame, we saved a lot of money that almost made it possible for us to do this investment. So we didn't know that, but it was like foreseeable that oil prices would go up. And so I'm just going to go through it. This is the island seen from Google. And this is a cute little island. It looks nice. It's very popular tourist destination. Everybody wants to be there. We are looking into kind of a nature area of development for this island that also is kind of foreseeable. We have a big tourist economy, and therefore we also struggle a little bit with installations. People love the nature of Samsø, and therefore we have a hard time doing installations. This is a morning picture from wind turbines, and in the background you can see a smokestack. So we had to argue for this also and say we need to have some installations to be able to produce our own energy. And this is a conflicting transition that is kind of valid in many different places in Europe, that people are seeing a NIMBY effect that is growing these years because we don't really want to see the consequences of a green transition. So this was one of the things that we had to use quite a lot of energy on doing. What we also see that we are in the center of Denmark, but we are not in the center of Denmark when it comes to development and devolution. Copenhagen is on the right hand side, and this is the center of Denmark, and this is the capital and the capital city structure. The urbanization is a strong factor we have to fight against somehow, because people are moving to the cities. The cities are like big black holes absorbing most of the materia, most of the energy, and we have to kind of find ways to navigate in this also. So in the Viking period, Samsø was the center of Denmark. Today, it is one of the outskirts that need to pay extra attention to development. When we do this also, we also are struggling against conservative community that don't really like changes so much. But we need to set up experiments, and we have these equations, and experiment doesn't have to be perfect. Experiments can open the way for something radically new. So on one side, we want to preserve and keep what we know. And on the other hand, we also are aware that we need to do something to change the pattern and the destiny here. So that's why the modeling is interesting, that we're looking into kind of examples, models of change that can be acceptable, and they're looking into the social economy of change. These are local stakeholders, normal citizens from Samsø, and we invited them to be co-owners of the transition. Co-owners not just in money and actions, but also a mental ownership where we understand the purpose of this. It's not just to spoil the landscape with big ugly wind turbines. It's also to make a transition that will create the livelihood for new families and people with kids in the school that will serve kind of the local economy in a positive way, so we can survive also in the future and develop and make an evolutionary structure that we can dream about also in the future. And the result is that we actually did some impressive stuff. When we got this together and got our acts together, and everybody looked in the same direction because we had a master plan indicating where we wanted to be in 10 years, we could then start thinking, okay, if we are going to see this end goal, we have a lot of stepstones we need to prepare to get to that point. And that kind of made us also talk about who are the real power people of this also. Very often it's economy, it is business, it's large structures, it's kind of centralized, big, large structures. So we needed to find a way to make power without love as causal ruthless, and love without power as sentimental, like be our backbone. We have like some hippies who don't want to preserve and keep things, and we have some business guys who want to develop this also. And we made them sit around the same table and talk about development and find ways to make the resources pay attention to the visionary hippies who want to save the world, and actually talk about innovation seen from a more holistic approach, and not just business or not just idealistic changes. We made the municipality aware of this also. So they have changed all their vehicles to electric vehicles. They have built solar garages and charging stations. So we now can feed all public transportation with electricity from our own resources. And if the solar is not enough, we have all the wind turbines that can fill up the tanks here also. We have a public charging system also, so electric vehicles can safely come to Samsø and charge the cars and go on with real green energy. It's not just like energy from the system, it is green energy we can measure and calculate from our own production. A strong, sustainable and robust community must share locality, activity and mentality. This is something also like the modeling we have been working with this project, with the Smarties Project, is looking into this. How do we identify? I mean, locality is maybe easy on an island, and it is a little bit less easy in inland communities. Activity is kind of the plan, and mentality is how do you adapt to that plan and accept the changes that the plan will kind of produce also. This is a very interesting exercise where we need to have some practical examples on the side, but on the other hand, you also need to have a change of mentality so we understand the changes. For this kind of, we as sailors, we need to navigate in this. We have this compass, which starts in the center with here. And here is always here. It's where you are. It's the center of everything. We have the UN development goals. We have SDGs. We have all kinds of things. We have the new Green Deal in Europe and many, many top-down overall perspectives of things, which are very interesting, but also very hard to identify with you. So when we have these top-down SDG, Green Deal targets, we need to identify who are we, what and where is your here and then start from there and work your way out and be part of the big transition the global community is asking for. So what do we want is a change. What can we do is the new? Who are we as a local community? And what do we do is the action we are doing here also. When we have this in front of us and talk about this with people when we meet them, then it becomes more obvious that we are in control of the wheel. We can steer our own destiny and community in the right direction, which I think is also quite interesting. It has led to us buying a new ferry. This is a hybrid electric ferry that is now running as our, what do you call it, transportation, which is very important. The ferry transportation alone stood for about 40% of the total CO2 emission from Samsø to the mainland, which is also indicating that transportation, also that the previous presentation was indicating, is a big problem in the world, that we need to transport so much. So we are looking into how we can do this in a much greener and much better way, so we don't we are not producers of problems, but we are solutions oriented also in the future. But it takes some investments and doing this. So how did we overcome this? Well, we realized that human beings exist in language, conversation, stories, and narratives. We need to tell the story about change and tell it so much and so often that people get it, and they start telling their own version of that story. Human beings invent their worlds with words and conversations and actions. So this transition becomes our own transition narrative, so we understand why we are in it, what our purpose is, and what the role of the participants is going to be. So organizations are networks of conversations, of commitment for taking action and producing results. So this is not just words, this is also words put into action. So what we can see in front of us is the reason, or is the result of our own dreams and vision for the future. And this was my presentation from Samsø, and I hope it was useful. And if there's any questions, Christian also advised you how to do that in the Q&A. But I mean, the modeling here is really interesting, and we have been happy about participating in this project, because the model work is what we experience. Next week, I have a visit from Financial Times. Last week, I had a contact from CNN. Everybody is interested in knowing how we do this, because the world is in trouble and we need to do more. Thank you.
Thank you, Søren. It's always engaging listening to what happened and what happens on Samsø. But we move on to the next case, which is the city of Aberdeen, and especially the heat network in the city. And Mai, please take the floor.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I just want to check. You can see my screen okay? Yes, thank you. So I would like to go through our experience in Aberdeen and how we were fighting fuel poverty through energy efficiency. So just a little bit an introduction about Aberdeen. Unfortunately, it's not sunny today. So I think all the sunshine is somewhere else in Europe. It's definitely not in Aberdeen. So it's the third most populous city. And since the discovery of the North Sea oil in the 1970s, Aberdeen has been known as the offshore oil capital of Europe. And I think we may still have that unfortunate title as well till today. It is also known as the Granite City for many of its enduring grey stone buildings. As you can see in the photograph, we've got lovely old colleges and university buildings made from this granite stone. It is an oceanic climate, so it's quite cool most of the year, about 5 degrees centigrade to 12 degrees centigrade on average. However, this summer we have had some exceptional days when it went above 20 degrees C. So that was a really nice climate change effect, if I must say, for Aberdeen. Fuel poverty. So this is the reason why we obviously came into this project. So I just want to maybe share a little bit about what fuel poverty means. So first of all, it relates obviously to population. And in 2019, the population of Aberdeen is about 230,000, and this is expected to grow by about 30% by 2037. And when you translate that to number of households or homes in the city, so that is around 106,000, and this again will increase to 140,000. So there is a big demand moving population in Aberdeen. And particularly in terms of definition, the Scottish government has put out a great definition of what fuel poverty is. So if you're spending more than 10% of your income after housing cost on actual, net income to pay for your fuel needs, then that is already you're in towards fuel poverty. But if you spend 20% of your income on fuel bills, that means you're in extreme fuel poverty. But there are other things you need to deduct: childcare costs, for instance, any benefits that the person received. So the definition now is very, very strict around what is fuel poverty. To give you an idea, around 23% of those households, 106,000 of them in the city, are actually in fuel poverty at this time. And obviously from that, there are even worse cases where it is about 5% of them are in extreme fuel poverty. The area we chose for the Smarties project is called Torrey. It's, although relatively large, it is quite tightly populated residential area, and majority of the housing stock are apartment type properties, and most of them are rented accommodation. And the main common landlord is the council, which is Aberdeen City Council. And obviously that means around 4 or 5 of the household are actually in social rented accommodation. But there's a high level of people renting in the area. And over the recent years, we have invested in improvement to the housing stock, for instance, thermal upgrades, new windows. But let me just say, housing is far more than just a building, bricks and mortar. Housing is about promoting good health and well-being, because poor quality housing can also lead to health risks, for instance, and make things worse for some people. And particularly when we had the whole COVID pandemic, we have seen how much being at home means a lot of people and how it impacts on your health and well-being. And obviously with the current pressures in the job market in Aberdeen, because we're very related to the oil and gas industry, it is a high possibility that fuel poverty, which we saw in the previous slide of 23%, will actually increase because people's actual real income have reduced over the time due to the oil prices as well. Just to give you an idea on a geographical scale, Torrey is in the purple area in the map, and as you can see, that's very coastal as well, so it's exposed to North Sea winds, and it's got the harbour to the north and obviously the sea as well to the northeast. So it's a very exposed condition, and it shows there as well the type of housing stock which I've described, very low-rise apartments. But as you can see, they have a mixed type of houses. Some are blocks, some are actually detached houses. So there are various types of properties, which makes it more complex. So because I said they are densely populated, the streets are very near to each other, district heating is obviously a good opportunity. We also have an energy from waste facility that's being built right now, which has an output of around 10 megawatts of heat. So by 2024, that plant could generate heat and power. And obviously, it can provide a secure, low-cost energy, low-carbon energy to households, businesses, and council buildings, and a huge potential to reduce fuel poverty in the area of Torrey. And more importantly, Aberdeen City also have an established district heating company called Aberdeen Heat and Power, which has been developing heat networks around Aberdeen from 2002. So with the main purpose of alleviating fuel poverty. And the council also has a good partnership with a social enterprise called SCARF, which is saving cash and fuel. And it provides free, impartial energy advice to all citizens of Aberdeen. So anyone can access their free and impartial advice, which is a very a good social innovation in itself. But in order to maximize the benefit of district heating, we recognize it is about maximizing the number of households connecting to the heat network. So moving from that, we obviously want to develop something that we can use towards this. So this is the policy sandbox tool, which is used to inform which areas will be able to maximize the benefit of district heating. So we model the uptake of district heating connections, and these uptakes will be influenced by, most importantly, of course, the cost of connection, that cost of the heat, the financial circumstances of the household, and what I call the green awareness of the household. Some people are obviously more aware of climate and its impact, social engagement and community obviously speak together if they're very close community, so there's a lot of communication between them. So all these influence are within the sandbox too. And it also then shows what the actors can influence. That means the city council, the social enterprise, and obviously the district heating company, and how the actors and the influences then make a positive outcome. So we use the key actors, but also we insert policies. So things like the District Heating Heat Network Act, which is now making mandatory for connections for new district heating. So we try to understand which policy within Scottish government could also influence the output from the tool. And then you can find a tipping point, which then obviously you can measure that rate of success. So this is very valuable for me because we can then change different influences, and more importantly, the intensity of these influences to understand which one will result in a positive outcome. Obviously, we developed this with James Hutton Institute, and the idea is to then use this further to look at how I can expand beyond Tory and use the same tool to inform further developments and understand how I can create a positive impact in social acceptance of district heating, like I say, to help the network grow in the future. This is the quick snapshot just to show you the scale. So as I said, Tory is an existing network, but it will continue to grow. And this is showing you the north of the city and west of the city. So the ones in red are existing network, and the ones in blue are network that is being built either in the near future or obviously in the next 10 years. So thank you very much for your time. That was a very quick whistle-stop tour of where Aberdeen is with our district heating and obviously our ambition as well. So thank you very much for the time, Christian, and everybody else. So enjoy the conference. Any question, please use the Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you, Mai, for this good introduction to what is happening in Aberdeen. And I'm especially happy to see that this collaboration with the modelers in Aberdeen is taking on or is going on also after the project ends. So this is very good to see. So we now jump to the fourth case cluster, where Juan Carlos from the city of Vitoria-Gasteiz will present us the concept of superblocks and what has been done in Vitoria-Gasteiz. Juan Carlos, are you there? Yes. So far, we can see your PowerPoint, but not the presentation mode, and we cannot hear you.
Sorry.
Okay.
Hi.
Yes, hello.
It's working now?
Yes, the audio is working. Can you switch to presentation mode?
Okay. It's working now?
Now it's gone.
I don't know.
Please share again.
I'm sorry, yes, because I don't know what's the problem with.
Okay, I can share the presentation from here if it doesn't work.
Yes, please.
I just started, and you can start talking, and I will start the presentation when I'm ready.
Okay, thank you very much, Christian, and I apologize for this late moment problems. Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here in this meeting. It's a pity not to be there in Groningen today, but I try to do my best in order to engage the audience and to present what is the framework where the Smarties project has been working in Vitoria-Gasteiz. Let's start with some facts and figures regarding our urban structure in the city of Vitoria-Gasteiz. Vitoria-Gasteiz is the capital city of the Basque Country in the north of Spain. It's a 250,000 inhabitant city, and as you can see in this stratospheric view, The city is really compact. Nearly 98% of the population is living inside this 3 kilometers radius from the city center. And as you can see, there is no urban sprawl. And this way, we have a really accessible by active modes city. It's really compact. And this way, it has been, next slide, please, a result of a careful planification since decades ago. And according to this capacity, the city presents nice figures regarding accessibility to the different urban services like culture, sport, educational services, administrative issues, and so on. It's really compact, a really accessible city. Next slide, please. But this is only a result of such a careful planification that started many decades ago, even before the arrival of the democracy to Spain. But first pedestrianizations, first of them as temporary closures in the city center, started late 70s in the city center, using what today is called tactical urbanism approaches, trying to engage the community to give the people the chance to enjoy what in the future would be a new redesign for those areas. It was really a success. It was started from with some streets in the city center, and later continued through the medieval quarter in the city center. And today we have more than 400,000 square meters of pedestrian areas in the city. Next slide, please. But unfortunately, it was not until this new century, in the year 26, when the city started working with an integrated and holistic approach dealing with mobility and public space, with the approval of the Mobility Pact, and starting with the design and the implementation of the different policies within our Sustainable Mobility and Public Space Plan. Our approach is based in the concept of Superblock. That is a new concept that tries to combine and to address mobility and public space together, trying to redefine the main road network in order to avoid the through traffic to cross inside the neighborhoods, and this way to try to calm the traffic and to improve the quality of the public space in order to devote it not only for mobility uses, but for what we consider are even more important. Yes, because the public space, the main issue in the public space, or the main function never could be the mobility. The public space has many other functions that are more important, and that are the functions that define a city as a space to walk, to stay, to play, to socialize, and so on. And this is the approach. What we are trying to do is to canalize the through traffic using no more than 20% of the streets in the city, and this way to avoid the through traffic in the inner streets, in the neighborhoods, and this way it's being possible to redefine also not only the main network for the motorized traffic, but also the rest of the mobility networks, for example, for the pedestrian itineraries, to redefine totally the bus network, to redefine the cycling network, and so on, and also to try to redefine totally the additional elements of the mobility policies, like the parking and the freight distributions and so on. This is the approach we are trying to apply in order to keep back the public space to the people, and to try to continue working for a human scale city. Next slide, please. What is true is that this is a huge effort to be done in the future. So it's a long-term, a very long-term approach. But what is important here is to have a clear idea of the objective, and this way the public space unit of the mobility department nowadays have a clear reference when they need to improve, for instance, the sewage system, or to improve the sidewalks and so on. And in this map, you have said the different superblocks when nowadays we have work, and that at this moment have not through traffic inside. We have also signed in different colors different kind of interventions that are being done. Some of them are pedestrian areas with fully redesign of the public space, with all the road and the sidewalks at the same level, or with no traffic, because are pedestrian areas, or areas where we are using a tactical urbanism approach in order to calm the traffic and to allow these other functions of the public space. Next slide. Here you have some of the examples of these tactical urbanism low-cost measures that we are being implemented in the city, in different superblocks, and what it has been the focus of the Smarties project in Vitoria-Gasteiz. This is, for instance, an example of this street that has been redesigned using this kind of low-cost approaches due to the COVID-19 issue, and nowadays it's a new space recovered for the citizens, and who knows, probably in the near future it will be possible to improve the quality and to redesign it totally. Next slide. Here you have other examples in other different superblocks that are being transformed. Some of them more intensely, other ones because the problem of parking, that it's an issue that that must be determined and assessed neighborhood by neighborhood in order to cancel the parking when it's possible. And what is true is that it's possible to cancel parking in many areas. This way, it seems that never it's possible to cancel parking, but fortunately, due to the rich information we have, always is possible to put over the table the information combining the offer and demand of parking neighborhood by neighborhood. What is true is that in many cases it's possible to cancel parking and to improve the quality of those inner streets. Next slide.
Juan Carlos, please end your presentation within the next minute.
Okay, yeah, it's possible. What is also a possibility using this kind of approach, not only to improve the quality of the public space, but also to combine with the green infrastructure in order to improve the connectivity of the green areas surrounding the city and the green areas inside the city, using the space that is being given back, in this case, to nature from the private car. Next slide. Yeah, you have an example of Gasteiz Avenue where it has been possible even to daylight, to recover a former river that was canalized when the street was built many years ago. Let's go, next one. And this way, combining the Superblock approach, we are trying to improve this connectivity through the different neighborhoods, implementing these corridors for pedestrians, for cyclists, or even for nature. Next slide, please. This is, for instance, the approach implementing the Superblock approach scheme to those Superblocks in the neighborhoods located to the west of the city. Next slide. Where it's possible even to implement this kind of areas for the people, for the nature areas that nowadays are used for parking cars. Next slide. And here you have this kind of approaches. It's a very similar design than from the Avenida de Gasset, but to the east part of the city, and how it's being combined with different interventions according to this Superblock approach. Next slide, this is the last one. Thank you very much, and I'll be happy to answer if there is any question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will stop sharing, so please, Trevor, you can start your presentation already. I'd like to remind you that if you have any questions, put them in the Q&A so that we can answer them either in written form or answer them directly after the presentations now. Trevor, please.
Yeah, just getting the presentation up. Hope you can all see that and hear me. So in the city of Malmo, we were looking at the challenges around the renovation in post-war housing and climate-related issues, and focusing in on a number of 3 different neighborhoods and 3 different initiatives. And the reason for that is just looking at the housing stock in Malmo. We have the vast majority is in multifamily housing, and most of that was built in the post-war period. And there is a major sort of renovation wave that's going to be going through the city, or is going through the city. So there's a real opportunity that can't be missed around energy efficiency. And this is a real challenge. It's a very, very tricky situation. Of those multifamily homes, around about 1/3 are private rented, around about 1/5 are public rented, and the largest section is this cooperative housing model, which is essentially housing companies which could be tiny, consisting of 5 or 6 apartments, or huge, consisting of a couple of thousand apartments, but they're essentially run by people like me and you and other people who don't run property companies. So these are organizations run by amateurs. So there's a huge challenge around how you kind of tackle that renovation need in that context. So just going through, we had 3 different projects that we used as comparisons in this. So in Augustenborg, Rosengård, Lindängen, 3 different districts in the city. And there, the Augustenborg is publicly owned housing. Rosengård is community cooperative owned housing, or this particular project that we've looked at it was. And in Lindängen, we had private rented property. So we were looking at the three main tenure types in the multi-family housing sector in the city. And different project periods. So Augustin Borg's work started in the late 90s, and there's been a number of sort of initiatives going on during that period. But the main thrust was 98 to 2007, and there's been some additional work done since then. In Rosengård, the main work was done 2007 to 2012, and in Lindängen it's been more recent. All of these processes have been operated very differently. So Augustin Borg was a kind of top-down approach, but with a very strong commitment for a community engagement and co-design and participatory process. So a fairly participatory partnership approach, although it was led by the city and the public housing company. In Rosengård, it was an initiative from the cooperative housing organisation, and as such was very much a community-led initiative. In which there was some degree of support from the city, but the ownership was very much within the local community. And in Lindängen, it was very much a private developer-led initiative, but with a public partnership approach in which there was a commitment to for affordable housing, affordable retrofits, employment opportunities, and various social innovation elements within that. So there's very different approaches in all of these. Some of the environmental impacts, from an energy saving perspective, there's lots of other elements that were involved in some of these projects, but from an energy perspective, we could say that Augustin Borg and Rosengård both were saving around about 20%. And this was kind of what was seen as being viable investments in those communities. In Lindängen, it was significantly higher. So it was 40% energy saving there. Social impact, Augustin Borg has seen a significant change in the kind of the socioeconomic profile of the area. Even though there's been no sort of conscious work to change the population. So the rents have stayed the same, or just changed over time as they would have done anyway. But there's been quite a shift in the profile of the area, although it still has significant socioeconomic challenges. In Rosengård, again, no major changes in the makeup of the population in the housing blocks that were involved, but it was a major challenge, and it became really difficult for the board of the housing association to be managing this major retrofit project. So there was some really sort of some social fallout from that, and none of that board are doing their work anymore. They've all been changed. Partly because there was a lot of burnout. People struggled. It was a hard job. Lindängen, lots of new jobs that were created, both in the construction phase and also in the long-term operations. So local people employed in maintenance and management in the area now. Low-cost renovation work was done in existing apartments, and low-cost new build took place as well. So you can now rent a new apartment in the neighborhood, which is not significantly higher cost than the existing apartment, which is quite unique. Then we come to the big question of replication. So what's actually happening? How much is, we've got 20 years of experience here. What's actually happening, and how is this being scaled up? And you can say, well, Augustin Borg has had some ripple effects. It did influence the work in Rosengård. It has influenced work in some other neighbourhoods in the city, but we haven't seen a significant holistic approach to neighbourhood renewal. Rosengård, the big challenge is the project there has been very much lauded as a flagship of housing regeneration. But again, it hasn't been scaled up in the existing cooperative housing. Lindängen has kind of stimulated new thinking around business models for private sector investment in private rental. So there has been more of a market-driven scale-up. So in the two that are less market approach, there's been less of a scale-up. And wider effects, we say Augustenborg has had impacts internationally as part of the kind of the Malmo regeneration story around alongside the development of the Western Harbour. So there's been a lot of kind of repercussions from that perspective, maybe more on an international perspective than there has been locally. Rosengård, we're seeing again this real challenge with regard to cooperative housing, and these win-win business models in the private sector are kind of rolling things forward in other parts of Sweden as well. So from a Smarties perspective, it's been interesting to look at a comparison and understanding these, like the partnership approach, which is both working with the community and working in new ways between organizations and between sectors. One of the conclusions that we've come to with this is that the engagement with communities hasn't been the primary delivery mechanism for significant energy change. But engaging communities does provide some energy impacts, but it's also this empowerment process, which is also enabling change in business and in politics. So these are kind of important elements that shouldn't be missed. So even though the big effect is actually made through political decisions or private investment, enabling that and really sort of driving those forward is part of that sort of wider community mobilization. Sweden has got a massive issue with housing cooperatives. 44% of the housing stock or the multifamily housing stock in Malmo is managed by amateurs. And you can't expect people to be making really long-term strategic sustainable decisions. And this is an issue that needs to be dealt with nationally. And it's not unique for Sweden. So I see this as one of the big challenges moving forward. And new business models can work. And I think this is something that we need to be exploring both for public renters, cooperative housing, and for private renters, just looking at new approaches and new business models in that. Looking into the future for Malmo, and I think this is common for a lot of cities, is a process of densification, not least in Malmo because we're on some of the best agricultural land in Europe. The city is growing inwards. That creates an investment dynamic which can be really interesting. It creates a NIMBY dynamic which can be very challenging, but it also provides the dynamic to combine community needs and community aspirations with investment, and if you get the participatory processes right around that and looking at how densification can actually help diversify local communities, provide new services, childcare, public transport, all of those things, and also retrofitting and renovation, then you start getting into a kind of win-win-win package, which can be really quite dynamic. If you don't, we end up with NIMBYism and political indecision, and nothing's going to change. So these, and then we end up growing outwards onto the agricultural land anyway. So these are the big kind of challenges to address. And community mobilization is essential, maybe not in our experience as the main driver of energy efficiency and energy saving, but around raising awareness, building capacity, collective action, and creating market pressure and political legitimacy, which will bring about those major changes. So that's the Malmo story in whatever it was, less than 10 minutes, hopefully.
Well, almost. Thank you, Trevor, for your presentation of the Malmo case. And yes, we already approached the time for the break, and there are not many questions in the question and answer session. There is one from Isabel. It has been answered in text, but it's maybe also interesting for other people. So the question was if the smart teams that were in Groningen, the governance in the neighborhoods, if that had been introduced as part of the Smarties program, or if it had been planned independently, and if there was any kind of evaluation of what citizens think about these changes in Groningen. Could you say a few words, Terry?
Yes, I can. The answer is already in the Q&A, but I can talk you through it. I think with smart teams, it's meant the area teams we work with in our area-oriented working. So they were independently there in Groningen, so not part of the Smarties project. And they already exist from, I think, 2014-15, they were introduced already. And so since then, we are active in all neighborhoods. And besides that, we also have on the province level, but also on city level, different panels for residents. And those panels we can use for different kinds of surveys. So they receive a couple of times a year surveys about different topics. And so we can learn what their experiences are with our policy. And besides that, the area teams are also on a regular basis present in the neighborhoods and walk around in the neighborhoods, talk to people about problems they experience, and then we try to solve them as quickly as possible. So there's a direct connection by walking and talking around.
Yes, that is also a conclusion we sit with from other cases, that this more informal contact between the administration and people that govern and the population is quite decisive. So having these meeting points. But thank you for this first session. We now take a 12-minute break and start again at 11:15. So stretch your legs, get a cup of tea or a cup of coffee or a glass of water or whatever you like now. And we meet again in now 11 minutes. Yes, welcome back, everyone, from the break. I hope you had the opportunity to stretch a little bit. Before the break, we heard about the different cases we had, the different clusters of cases, and please remember that there is one additional case in each of the clusters, so we could compare what is similar between the cases and what a difference is. And in this session now, we are going into the results of our research activities. So we will first get an introduction to what we learned from the different cases about how can social energy innovations unfold, what is a typology of social innovations among the or across the different cases. Then we will look in more closely into the policy context of energy innovations, what has been done, what are alternatives that people can see or policymakers can see, and then discuss the relation between energy innovation and energy justice before we will get a reflection of Floyd Abedino from an outside perspective on the Smarties results and how they fit into the international context and research on sustainable transition. But first, give us your insights about the typology of social energy innovations, Gabriella.
Do you see my screen?
Yes, we do. Yes,
okay.
we do.
Thank you very much. Well, as Christian said, this is a presentation of a presenting for a typology of social innovation in practice. Well, the context was the one that was already introduced in the presentation in the session above, the session before. That is, energy transition entails also social issues due to some profound transformation experienced in contemporary society in the last decades. Therefore, as Cristiana Marchitelli said before, we have not to speak only on technical innovation, but perhaps on socio-technical innovation. Therefore, we have to consider that there is also a dimension of social innovation that we have to consider. Social innovation can be considered as an energy transition in a process of change in social relationship, interaction, configuration, knowledge, etc., based on new environmental sustainable way of producing, managing, and consuming energy that meet many social challenges and problems. As presented by Christian at the beginning of this conference, Smarties worked on typology of social of 5 clusters with 5 clusters of social innovation, 4 clusters in cities, 1 cluster in island, and this cluster were characterized by different types of social innovation as presented before. In the last session you had a presentation of 1 case of each cluster. And I think that this presentation in the last session show very well how social innovation works in practices. You saw this. You saw this in 1 case per each cluster of among the ones considered Smarties. Now I'll try to give a little added value to this conference, considering the 3 specific frames that perhaps can help us to understand something more about social innovation. The first frame is inspired by responsible research and innovation. The second frame is inspired by the structural change approach. And the third frame is inspired by the human energy approach. I will now present these 3 frames and in an experimental way try to apply this to the cluster 1 case, the one of Zurich and Groningen. Well, responsible research and innovation was very popular in Horizon 2020, less popular now in Horizon Europe. Is related to potential implication and societal expectation with research and innovation, and take into account 4 dimensions that, in my opinion, can be useful to understand how social innovation works in energy transition. The first one is anticipation. Therefore, social innovation in energy transition represent already existing part of piece on what could be the post-carbon society. Therefore, anticipation in the sense that we can see in the different cases some basic feature of a complex transition to environmental sustainable society. Reflexivity, because there are some practices of social learning that allow us to identify social mechanism and that will be very useful for transfer and upscaling. Inclusion, because all the cases involved and involves a wide set of factors, their relation and their dynamics, the dynamics among them, and how these dynamics can lead to an actual change in the energy system. And then responsiveness, because all the cases are characterized by elements of social reaction, including conflict and resistances, which have to be considered for all involved actors, public administration, citizen, etc., etc. The second frame is social innovation as a structural change. Social innovation entails change, of course, but we can say that energy transition, for being sure that an energy transition will happen, we need that the social innovation entail a structural change. We can identify four main characteristics of structural change that can be useful for understanding our cases. The first one is irreversibility. that is that induced transformation should be very rooted in the energy system. Comprehensiveness, that is that the social innovation should imply modification in the whole of local life, affecting all the behavior of citizens, their practices, their communication patterns, their procedure, rules, standards, and so on. Inclusiveness, that is that a social innovation is a real structural change if all the relevant stakeholders are actually involved, also with a role of leadership in this social innovation. Therefore, social innovation as a collective effort. And then contextualization, that is, the social innovation should be rooted in the specific context in which the social innovation happens. The third frame is the one of human energy approach. Then we can see, we can adopt, in this approach, we adopt a broader concept of energy, considering not only extrasomatic energy, that is, the energy linked to low or no carbon energy sources or also fossil sources, but we consider also endosomatic energy, that is the energy linked to the body. For instance, when you go bike or you walk, you use an energy that comes from your body, and also the transformation in your physical life. And also social energy, because as we said in the last session, all the social innovation, all the cases that we studied imply a sort of mobilization of a social activism that correspond to an energy linked to the society, linked to the interaction of the different human beings, linked to the interaction and active participation of all the social actors. Take into account the cases of cluster 1, considering the RRI frame, perhaps anticipation is not so pronounced, considering that the cases are very rooted on mobility. Perhaps also considering the presentation of Trevor presentation before, we can consider perhaps that the Groningen cases now the anticipation is higher than before. Reflexivity is important because now, perhaps at the beginning in the 17 in Groningen it was a little low, but now is high. Inclusion is very high now. It was low at the beginning in the cases of Groningen, and responsiveness is high now, and it was perhaps lower in Groningen before. Structural change is very interesting because we can consider that both cases of the cluster 1, transformation of mobility pattern are so deeply rooted to be considered absolutely irreversible. If you consider, for instance, that in Zurich, 60% of Zurich houses doesn't own a car, and in Groningen there is an enormous number of bikes. Comprehensiveness, mobility pattern change deeply. However, in Zurich, we found that a comprehensive modification of the local light doesn't happen. The case of Zurich is very rooted on mobility and less rooted on the other dimension of the energy transition. This is not the case in Groningen, where we go beyond the mobility strategy in the last year, in particularly, considering the quality of public spaces, the improved social cohesion, and considering all the aspects of life in a deeply way. Therefore, we reach a sort of sustainability of the city of Groningen, considering all the dimension of well-being, energy, viability, and so on. Inclusiveness, since many years, all the actors, all the main actors are deeply involved in these cases, not only in the cases of this cluster, but surely in the cases of this cluster. This is true in Zurich since the beginning, while in Groningen, probably in the 70s and the first part of the 80s, inclusiveness was less important, but now for sure it is important. And both cases are highly contextualized because, of course, for instance, the direct democracy in Zurich, or also in Groningen case is rooted on the biking culture is what was widespread in countries like such Netherlands and also elsewhere. The human energy approach is very interesting because both cases are very linked on a mobilization of social energy. Both cases are very linked in a mobilization of endosomatic energy. Groningen is very high, but also Zurich, it is important. Zurich is very high due to the importance of cycling. Zurich is perhaps less important because it is more based on the public transportation. And extrasomatic energy, we can consider medium in Zurich since there is, I repeat, only a concentration on mobility, and higher in Groningen. Therefore, I suggest that from the typology ex ante that we had in Smarties, rooted on territories, city, district, island, and related technology and urban innovation, that was the basis of the 5 Smarties cluster. We can now try to build a new typology of social innovation ex post, linked on what I can call a diachronic solidity, linked, for instance, to irreversibility, a sectoral integration linked to the level of comprehensiveness, an inclusion of social energy linked to social actor involvement, process control linked to responsiveness and reflexivity, and the consideration of specificities linked to contextualization. This is a new typology that perhaps we can try to experiment in the Smarties case, but I think that now we go beyond the project, and therefore I close my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gabriele, for this insightful presentation of the methodology and the structure behind our analysis early on in the project. Then we had the policy dialogues, and Adina, please present us some findings from these.
Can you see my screen now?
Not in the presentation mode yet, but I'm sure that will happen soon.
Yes. Now?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, perfect. Sorry, I was just going through it, so it's not at the beginning. Okay, so we've already talked about the 5 clusters of what we call successful social innovations. I put that in between inverted commas because it's always dangerous to say that, and there's a lot of discussion that can be had on this. But I wanted to mention also that our clusters of social innovation have the characteristic that most of them, with the partial exception maybe of South, they were government-led, right? So the government, the local government, was basically the main actor starting and promoting the social innovation. We started from a perspective of social innovation that was initially rooted in many different writings, but an important influence behind this was the Transit Project. My colleague Flora Avellino coordinated, and she's here today, which makes me very happy. So we started with this idea that social innovation entails fundamentally a change in social relations that involves new ways of doing, so new practices, new knowings, new organizings, and new framings, new discourses, and narratives, as Søren was mentioning before. We adapted this definition to the purposes of Smarties, placing a higher importance maybe on this idea that social innovations in the energy domain also need to broaden or deepen engagement of individual stakeholders with energy topics. So in a sense, focusing also on this idea of empowerment, a very much used word, that we conceived of here as both the desired outcome of processes of energy-related social innovation, but also as a vehicle to achieving this lasting transformation. So basically our main drive behind also studying the policy context and the policy conditions and all the course of these social innovations was to understand the patterns of conditions, dynamics, processes by which they become either widely endorsed and accepted, so irreversible, as Gabriele was mentioning, or they don't, or they fail to do so. So as well as contribute to empowering citizens to participate and co-shape them. The important thing here being that in spite of the fact that there are a lot of variations in each individual case that are really important, and there's a wealth of information coming out of different projects and also of Smarties on these particular conditions, we can detect some patterns in these conditions that are actually interesting for policymakers. And for anyone trying to promote or guide processes of social innovations. We had a lot of methodologies. We drew on all of them. We've mentioned some of them here, and Christian has done already a good presentation, so I won't go into this, but we did surveys, we did multi-stakeholder deliberative policy scenario workshops, and we did interviews. So we'll draw on all of these methodologies that, as you can imagine, have provided us with a wealth of detail, and we will show at the end the documents you can go to if you want to read this more in detail. So I'll just dive right into the results and just a very short summary of the results. I'll just throw them out there and see what you think, and then in the debate we can go more in depth if you want. So first of all, of course, we acknowledge that these are long, dynamic, and constantly evolving processes. It has been said here many times. And we need to understand both whether there are particular general stages that can be applied more or less to all cases, in spite of the peculiarities of particular timelines. So we need both in order to understand and draw lessons about what makes a difference in acceptability and empowerment. We tried to do this by establishing also a series of stages that seem to appear in all the cases, although not necessarily with the same time frame or in the same order. And we also should say that sometimes when these cases are replicated in different parts of a city, for example, or in different parts of a geographical location, you go through the same stages again. So this is an important thing. Maybe not the first one. The first one, we call it the laboratory stage, where you formulate an idea, where, for example, the city council, the local government formulates an idea. And there is a long process, longer or shorter, normally a long process of overcoming internal resistance, because not all actors, not even in organizations like governments and city councils, agree with initial very innovative ideas. So there is a lot of resistance to be overcome. The second stage, which is a very important stage in our view, when we use some of the modeling to explore this stage, is we call it the debate stage, where there's a launching of the ideas and the opening of a wider debate through different channels, and also the establishing of strategic alliances. That's really important. We think here a psychological dimension is really important, and I'm more and more convinced, not only because I'm a psychologist, but also because I see more and more how much we know in psychology about these things and how much this is ignored sometimes. So one of the first things that we know is that humans are resistant to change. Humans are slightly conservative in that sense, as Zoran was saying, not only as societies that are sometimes more conservative than others, but just in general humans. And we have also a lot of cultural and social norms that are not supportive of some of the objectives of the energy transition. But also people have very particular and specific concerns in different locations that reflect different needs and interests. And those need to be taken seriously if we want to actually achieve that level of acceptability that makes a case successful. So we should address specific concerns, and we should do that over and over again. This means that we should do this in different locations each time we do, and we implement social innovation in a different place. We were quite impressed by some examples in our clusters. For example, the case of Vitoria, Juan Carlos presented before. Vitoria has done a very interesting thing, which is that citizens can complain and express their concerns about any particular aspect of the city. And there is a person in the city council who actually directs each specific complaint to the person who should answer it, and each of them gets answered. So we thought that this is a very nice way of addressing specific concerns. which was also very successful. In Barcelona, the same happened in the meetings that were taking place in Poblenou, for example, and also in Sant Antoni, in different locations where the superblocks were being implemented, where the people from the city council were taking complaints and also concerns very seriously and answering it thoughtfully one by one in these processes. The same with SAMSEO, they used experts, for example, they brought trusted experts when needed, specific engineers, for example, with specific knowledge to explain the details of the project. Another important dimension is relational. So an important obstacle we identified is at the beginning, there's a lack of trust in both the social innovation and the promoters of the social innovation. That often happens. So being trustworthy, which means transparent, using experts and using also flexibility regarding the final shape of the project, allowing the project to really change through this process of co-creation is really important. And of course, allowing time, we always say this in processes of social innovation, and of course, governments are often in place for 4 years or so, so it's always hard to allow the time, but time in these initial stages is really, really important. And I think Terry has defined it really well at the beginning when he said, the art of connecting and letting go. So this is something Barcelona has told us, and we identified also in all cases, that as they went through this process, in some cases, the promoters started as managers. This is our idea, we put it forth, and then we start discussion, and we have to manage this process. And they understood slowly that they need to take a facilitator role. They need to take a step back and facilitate this process. Classical definitions of empowerment already say that it's about allowing voice, allowing people to have control over the project and the outcome, the process and the outcome, and also allowing impact, allowing people to see that actually what they want in the project is taken into consideration, and the final shape is what they want it to be at individual and community level. So it is exactly these dimensions that really need to be tackled through this process and taken seriously and not feared. The third stage, which is the implementation, one of the important things we found here is that projects like this need to start with reversible, high-quality pilot projects. So the idea that you can show what this social innovation can do, and that can be reversible, so that people understand it's not forever when they go into this experimentation. The fourth stage is replicating, moving forward, addressing setbacks. There's always a lot of setbacks in this process. And every time we replicate a project like this in a different location, there's an important aspect of adapting to the local context and to the specific needs of the local context. There are cases where concerns in particular neighborhoods as time passes change, also because of their different social fabric, but also because other things become relevant, such as, for example, road safety in the case of Vitoria in some of the neighborhoods, because of accidents that took place that were very prominent. And that became, the main issue behind the superblocks in particular neighborhoods. Also, this element of building of local identity and supporting pride in the project has seemed to be a very important element, coupled with reputation and external recognition. Sometimes in a particular location, because of all this debate and sometimes, resistance and conflict, there's also sometimes an inner vision that doesn't allow for the wider vision of what this project means and how it attracts attention from outside. So when people start receiving that external recognition, and when a reputation of the place becomes entangled with a particular social innovation, as for example, it was the case with El Hierro, there is higher acceptability. Also, there's a different perspective on the process inside. And of course, facilitating supportive behavior. In any case of transformation, we have behaviors associated to it that are important and might be very novel. They might entail important change. So that important change needs to be supported with things such that might seem trivial, like, for example, parking concerns. If everybody has a car and wants to park, you need to make that somehow easier in order for people to accept the change and accept the new transformation. So here, the result of this, of how we handle these processes and how these processes are handled, is either entrenched polarization. So it doesn't mean that the case doesn't become accepted, but it might be that there's a stable percentage of the population that's always against, that never changes. Or we go to higher acceptability and increasing acceptability, or even right out majority rejection. And finally, the fifth stage is addressing plateaus, navigating crises, and improving malfunctioning aspects. In all experiments, there are aspects that do not function well. So in that sense, for example, in all these processes, all these cases had to navigate the economic crisis of 2008 and many other crises, climate crisis as well. So in that sense, sometimes the crises are also internal in the sense that new conflicts arise between different constituencies, between different groups, such as, for example, in Vitoria, there was the case sometimes that there was increasing conflict between cyclists and car owners for what happened on the streets. So in that sense, trust is a constant background process that needs to be taken care of. Also, what we found is that the clarity of the overall vision is really important, yet willingness to accept compromises and to have slow advances in particular periods of time, take advantage of opportunities and openings, which are both relational, so establish further alliances at all points, and also this, what we call the psychological ladders of acceptability, because with each stage there is a changing paradigm about what's normal and what's to be expected. In all these cases, at a certain point, it became normal to have a project, and nobody imagined the city that had traffic, for example, anymore. So you have to take advantage of that. Allow ongoing possibilities to express opinions. We thought that this opening of dialogue, this maintaining this dialogue, thoughtful dialogue open is really important, and work with local communities intensively. So when we did the first analysis with all the cases about the types of approaches they had already used, we grouped them in these 4 categories that you see here, some of which are structural, most of which are structural, such as normative and regulatory, infrastructure and technology upgrade, financial incentives, both for the market and for households. And also a 4th category that was important, which we named citizens awareness, decision aid, and empowerment measures. But this was the one that was least used. So then we thought, how about focusing in the modeling, for example, in the testing of alternative scenarios, but also in those workshops that we did with stakeholders to explore options on more intense and meaningful participatory processes, and also on targeting specific social and experiential needs as the ones you see here. So then we went into the workshops, and as a result of the workshops, we did simulations with agent-based modeling. So for example, in the case, I will use only a few examples. We did simulations, as Christian said, in many cases. So for example, in the case of El Hierro was a case that was, it started as a top-down case. So it really was quite top-down at the beginning. And then slowly, the government realized that a more participatory approach was needed. So we first wanted to address these needs issues. So on the one hand, we simulated a targeted communication strategy that not only addressed generally the needs that sort of the government thought, or the environmental benefits that were already easily visible from the project, but that addressed the actual concerns of the population, which we identified through the survey that we did. So for example, in these 2 scenarios, we addressed the need for economic sustainability. This was one of the main needs. How is this going to have benefits economically for the island, to have a 100% renewable energy island? The second strategy we use is how about addressing the needs for economic sustainability, prestige, and environmental quality specifically, yet together in the same communication strategy. I have to say here that we first analyzed the communication strategy of the city council as it was, and of the press as it was at the time. So we knew what needs were missing from those communications or were less tackled. So you can see here, for example, that in scenario 1A, public support rises by 12%. So this is quite a significant rise. And in scenario 1B, public support increases by 21% compared to the baseline scenario. The baseline scenario is the real scenario. So it's what's really happened in the island, and the support we knew people had for the project from the survey. A second example is in Vitoria-Gasteiz, for example, we wanted to represent the effect of targeting, again, specific needs, such as environmental quality needs, in combination with a more intense participatory process. I have to say Vitoria has had a very intense participatory process, but what we did here additionally in the simulation was see what would happen, for example, if beyond the participatory process they already had put in place organized meetings in different centers, say in different neighborhoods, in particular periods that were key to acceptability. So you can see then that in just mixing needs with a more intense participatory process does not allow for such a high increase in support. It's just 1.5. and I think we think that is due to the fact that they actually had a quite intense participatory process to start with. And scenario 3B, nevertheless, what we modified there is that beyond the fact that this, we had the targeting of these needs and a more intense participatory process, what we did is simulate what would have happened if not only the city council had targeted communication strategies, but it had partnered with local associations and local media more to actually deliver these messages. And then the public support rises by 41%, which is quite significant.
Adina,
so, yes, I will
you
finish.
need to wrap up.
Yes. I will jump over the last example, which is again El Hierro, which is another simulation of El Hierro, also about more intense participatory process that are large and sustained over time. And you can see that there's a 21% increase. And I'll just jump to the key takeaways, which are that we need to pay attention to relationships when work with local communities and contexts. We need to establish ongoing, trustworthy alliances, address specific needs, interests, and concerns, do it in due time and do it over and over again through direct, different and accessible communication channel, make room for voice control and impact through intense yet slow participatory process, facilitate, not command and control, and reversible tryouts. Keep a clear overall vision, act strategically, but be flexible. Do not ignore the key role of identity, reputation, and pride, and make addressing setbacks an exciting adventure, not something to fear. And also just to say that the methodologies of deliberative alternative policy scenarios combined with social simulation we thought were quite useful in this case. And here are some of the documents that you can find, deliverable 5.2, and a handbook for the development of policy scenario workshops that will be available soon on the website. Thank you.
Thank you, Adina, for these insights. And we just jump over to the next presentation, Giuseppe.
Yes, Giuseppe and Erika. Erika will present with me.
Yes, good.
So just a second, I will share my slides. Okay, I hope that you see my first slide. Hello?
Yes, we do.
Okay, excellent. So today we are going to talk about an energy justice perspective about social energy innovations, considering Smarties cases. Trying to turn the slide. Okay, sorry, there is a little bit of lagging. So why an energy justice perspective? Because in energy policy in the last 10 years or so, there has been a growing concern with the ethical aspects of energy policy. And therefore, there has been a quite large academic debate and research about the topic of energy justice, which has been defined in several ways, but one of the most well-known definitions is the one provided by Sovakol and colleagues that defines energy justice as a global energy system that fairly disseminates both the benefits and costs of energy services, and one that has a representative and impartial energy decision-making. So as you can see from this definition, essentially there is a concern about equity in distribution of costs and benefits, and about the procedure that is leading to decision-making in energy policy. This is also why the three main tenets of energy justice are defined to be distributional justice, procedural justice, and the recognition justice. This last one is a concern with particularly vulnerable groups and equity towards distribution and procedural issues related with these groups. Well, in our Smarties project, we have actually looked at also the topic of the concept of energy equality. So we have considered this to be a radical stance within energy justice that is focusing primarily on distributional issues. And we have defined that with a work in progress definition as providing all individuals with equal opportunities of using energy services, energy technologies, and consuming energy and embodied energy for satisfying personal needs and nurturing capabilities. So the question is, how do social innovation contributes to advancing energy justice and energy equality? Well, we know that social innovations start from the realization that there are some social problems and environmental problems in a local area. So they have the great potential of actually addressing issues of equity and justice. And we will try to look at a few cases now, starting with the Swedish cases of the Smarties Project, to look exactly how the interventions have impacted on energy, well, on procedural, distributional, and recognition justice. So I will end now the word to Erika, my colleague, and then I will take it back later to talk about our Scottish case of Aberdeen.
Yes, thank you, Giuseppe. So I will talk about energy justice aspects, specifically in the social innovation implementation of some of the Smarties cases. And I will start with the Alliance for District Regeneration based on energy transition. As you can see from the table here, there are two cases in this cluster, Malmo and Stockholm, both Swedish. And we have made a total of 7 interviews in each case here. So Malmo Augustenborg is 32 hectares in size and contains 1,800 apartments and 1,600, i.e. almost all of them are rented from the Malmö Municipal Housing Company. And it is multi-family houses, and they are generally 3 stories high, and some are 7 stories high, and totally the area residents are around 3,000 persons. This area was built in the 1950s to accommodate the need for more housing. And then we have Stockholm Järma, which is a peripheral neighborhood with a high concentration of socioeconomic disadvantage and 30% unemployment, which is a lot for Sweden at least. And the area was built between 1965 and 1980 as a partly social housing estate. It is not quite social housing, but it does contain a lot of social housing clients in Sweden. I will not get into that because it's so complicated right now. And it contains 60,000 residents, of whom 80% are of immigrant background, and many are from Africa or Asia. And it's 25,400 apartments, containing of 700 private houses and 221 row houses. Next slide, please.
Excuse me, I have a little bit of lagging with the system now. I'm trying to switch slide. But
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Great. Thank you. So we start with the social innovation and energy justice aspects of the implementation of those in Järva, Stockholm, and how the case addressed distributional, procedural, and recognition justice. So the interventions that were created for distributional justice or that influenced the social justice and energy justice, where apartments and buildings that were retrofitted with energy efficient technology. They got new facades, solar PVs and lighting, and this was together with interior and exterior upgrades. And it was a goal, of course, to decrease the energy demand a lot. And 350 apartments were made up until 2014, and now it's ongoing, the case, and the plan is to refurbish 5,200 apartments until 2022. So it's it's like over the total of 25,400 apartments. The plan is to refurbish 5,200 of those. And the photovoltaics were installed on approximately 40 roofs in the area, and the residents did not pay anything for this. They had also a refurbishment of bike paths and green areas. They had loan of bike facilities, and they had the improvement of LED lighting and an annual cycle week. They had a free cycling courses targeting women, especially women of the immigrant background, who a lot of them did not know how to bike, and the access to biking and biking courses and the knowledge of biking actually improved their mobility a lot and their freedom, so to say. They also implemented a climate week and collaborated with libraries, schools, and other organizations to ensure environmental education. Next slide, please. When it comes to procedural justice, this is where this case becomes really strong and interesting, because the housing company made a really big mistake in sending out letters to residents saying that they had to move, and they were going to upgrade their apartments, basically. And the people responded really negatively because they did not want to move, they did not know what's going to happen, and so on. So then the housing company decided that this takes a lot of work from our side and we need to make a proper effort. So they introduced the Järva dialogue. So they made this dialogue in 3 steps. First, they collected residents' views and suggestions, which you can see on the photo here. People were invited to mark areas in the neighborhood where they felt safe and unsafe, and the red is the unsafe areas and the yellow is the neutral ones, basically. So this was used to improve a lot of the public spaces. And then they presented what has been built based on these suggestions and views. First they presented the collected views, and then they updated everyone on what was being planned and what was happening in the neighborhood. And the households met architects and building managers to ensure that they all agreed on what was going to be done. People had the opportunity to comment on and participate in renovation decisions. They had open meetings, and they had 10,000 people participating in one of these meetings, and 30,000 opinions were gathered. And they gathered both the positives and the negatives about the area. So with regards to recognition justice, as I mentioned before, they had this biking courses, and they also employed cultural mediators. Next slide, please.
Again, I'm sorry, I have a little bit of problems.
It is not your fault.
I think we need to speed up a little bit the presentation, Erika.
Yes. So Augustenborg in Malmo, they addressed distributional, procedural, and recognition justice in a partly similar way, but they did not have as deep of a participation process as Järva. Buildings were retrofitted, and They rerouted heavy traffic, they upgraded the houses, and they created open water solutions because they needed to drainage the area. And they improved all the common areas and facilities, installing photovoltaics, and they also built a new house that was called the greenhouse. And the center was rejuvenated, and they actually subsidized rent for local businesses. Next slide, please. So when it comes to procedural justice, their residents were invited to co-create the sustainable Augustenborg, and they had open meetings, they had opportunities to comment and participate in renovation decisions, and they had a dedicated communications officer assigned to the area who was actually there the whole time. Okay, and then recognition justice, they did support local initiatives, businesses, and sustainable solutions. They improved the neighborhood status visually and functionally, and they were really careful to show off the local initiatives and to promote the neighborhood in the press. Next slide, please.
Okay, I will take back actually
Yes.
the presentation and move directly to the conclusions, because we are over the time that we were agreed. And so as we can see, social innovations are well placed to contribute to a just transition because they are multi-dimensional processes that affect both environmental side and the social side of local environments that are targeted. And they can contribute, as we have seen, to different aspects of energy justice, so the distributional and the procedural and the recognition justice aspects. Clearly, to succeed in this respect, they need effective policies that provide sufficient financial resources. This is a key aspect because, as we can see from all the Smarties cases, without substantial public money, actually, would have not been possible to carry out the interventions. Another matter that needs to be considered is that social innovations might be very useful also in those socially sensitive environments where there is a population that could be considered as socially disadvantaged or marginalized. And this type of communities, certainly a top-down approach doesn't work. It doesn't work in general, but even more so in those communities where protests can easily erupt. So thereby, we need to produce a procedurally fair approach to the community, allowing for plenty of participation and possibly co-creation and co-design of the social innovations. It's also important to engineer the social innovations in order to harvest the attitudinal drivers of all stakeholders, because in all local areas, often there are stakeholders with strong motivations that can be involved in the project. And we have seen from the projects that we have looked at that the projects have been more successful when these sort of activity has been carried out, trying to reach out and trying to involve all the local energies that were available. Thank you.
Thank you, Erika and Giuseppe, for these insights. And then we wrap up this session by a comment from Floyd and sharing some of her work and some of her insights with us. So please, the floor is yours.
Can you see my slides?
Yes, perfectly.
Great. So thanks a lot for the invitation. I'm delighted to be here. It's always a bit, I was invited to reflect on Smarties results from a sustainability transitions perspective. And of course, it's always a bit daunting to reflect on a project that you don't really know in detail. So I don't pretend to do any of that, but instead I was thinking, like I looked at some of the deliverables and the policy recommendations and some of the results, and I thought it might be nice to reflect a bit on some of the synergies in terms of research questions that we have in common that have been answered, but maybe also are interesting avenues for future research. So to start with this perspective of social innovation, of sustainability transitions, a very important starting point is that when you look at the social, ecological, and societal global challenges that we face today, they are intertwined, systemic, and also very persistent. So that means that in order to tackle these challenges, innovation is necessary, but it's not sufficient. And this applies to technological innovation, but we argue it also applies to social innovation. It's necessary, we need it, but it's not enough. Because what we need is systemic transformative change, i.e. transitions towards more just and sustainable societies. And social innovation plays an important role in that. And what we are particularly interested in understanding is how can social innovation be transformative? And we have defined this in terms of they are transformative to the extent that they challenge, alter, and or replace the dominant structures and power relations that underlie these societal challenges. So if we take the example of community energy, like an ecological eco-community that produces their own energy, or other community energy initiatives, this is innovative. It's technologically innovative and it's socially innovative. But for it to be transformative, it also needs to challenge, alter, and replace the underlying energy system that is centralized and fossil fuel based. And maybe even deeper than that, also the underlying economic system that is based on overconsumption and extractivist hypercapitalism. And of course, this raises a lot of questions on how are these structures challenged and replaced, and how do power relations get challenged. So we have researched these questions in several research projects that I'm not going to bother you with, but I think there are two particular ones that have a lot of synergies with Smarties. One is Transit on Transformative Social Innovation Theory, which Adina mentioned, and the other is the Sonnet project on social innovation in energy transitions. And without going into details, I see a few interesting synergies. One is that in the Sonnet project, we have also developed a typology of social innovations in energy. And without going into details, and a very important argument here is that social innovation is really more than these cooperatives of community energy initiatives. There's a lot more to it. So I was also very happy to see this typology in Smarties of these 5 social innovation clusters across different domains of energy transitions that really shows the diversity of social innovation. Where, as we argue in Sonnet, it's much more than these cooperatives. It's also about gamification, about innovative finance, about experimentation and participation, as Smarties also emphasizes, all types of other local electricity exchange. And as we argue, it's also about social movements and this kind of protesting against existing fossil fuel energy pathways and seeing what kind of alternative pathways we can offer. And there, I think, is a very interesting avenue for future research to see how social innovation relates to these kind of protest movements. So as a general kind of question, I think, what are the synergies between social innovations in energy and the wider social movements around just sustainability transitions? And how can the transformative potential of these synergies be increased? And here I'm not just referring to, protest movements or revolution. I'm also referring to the role of government in phasing out existing energy pathways. And I think Smarties here has a lot to offer. For instance, this argument about the need to have an integrated approach of energy domains, I think, is a very important one. And this emphasis on new symbols and identity around environmental sustainability, where it's really the emphasis that it's more than just energy. It's really related to a lot of other identity issues. And I think Smarties really showed that. And this also relates to another thing that Smarties really elaborated, which is the diverse institutional context of social innovation in energy. Often there is a tendency to see social innovation as something that comes from the market or the community. But obviously, we see that it emerges across many diverse institutional logics. And in fact, the changing relations and also the changing boundaries between these institutional logics, that is in itself a form of social innovation, where we then also need to acknowledge that these kind of changing power relations happen in an existing system where we could argue there are certain power imbalances, where we see a dominance of market and state thinking, and especially the kind of public-private partnerships between them, which are particularly dominant in the energy system. And not only are the power imbalances between, these macro categories of state, market, community, also if you zoom in, there are all these like kind of power struggles between national and local governments, between big and small companies, but also in the community and the non-profit sector, we see all sorts of inequalities in terms of gender, ethnicity, poor, rich, and so forth. So what this means is that there is, of course, a lot of high expectations about renewable energy being able to redistribute power to the people from big companies and governments. But we also need to ask, and I think the previous presentation also really emphasized this, when you look at a happy picture of a community energy initiative like this, it's equally important to ask who's not on this picture and why, and then really look to these partnerships, for instance, between municipalities and energy entrepreneurs, to understand how they are collaborating, for instance, to deal with energy poverty. And I think a lot of the cases in Smarties are very interesting in this regard and can help us to answer this question of how can multi-actor governance empower diverse actors in social innovations for energy transitions without exacerbating these problematic power relations that exist nowadays. And I think I was very struck by this Smarties emphasis on governance configuration as not just being about how municipalities collaborate with other institutional stakeholders, but also looking for this model of what you call extended partnerships, which I think is very important, but also the role of government to take a proactive, having a proactive public administration that can help facilitate that. And another, of course, this issue of inclusive decision making. How do you involve everybody? How do you make it inclusive? And even more importantly, perhaps, how to deal with conflict, because when you're talking about changing power relations, which are by definition inherent to social innovation, conflict, resistance will come up. And rather than being surprised by it, really being prepared for it and knowing how to deal with it. And I think some of this deep psychological work also on resistance can really help there. Then last but not least, I think another interesting synergy is this looking at this like kind of geographic diffusion and also the geographic diversity of social innovation in energy, where referring back to the transit project that Adina Dumitru was also involved in, we looked at these 20 international networks that were operating globally, and we then also looked at how these networks manifest at local, regional, and national context. We looked at 100 initiatives across 27 countries. And without going into details, of course, in these networks, there are many differences, but also many similarities across these different social innovation networks. And one very important one is that they are extremely locally embedded, but that they're also globally connected or translocally connected. And in this research and publication, also again with Adina Dumitru, we have argued that it's this combination of the local embeddedness with the global connection that is particularly empowering, because it means that on the one hand, people can see the direct results of their efforts in their direct environment, but at the same time also have this sense of broader global impact. So it's this particular combination that is very important. And we see that this is becoming very important in the energy transition in Europe, for instance, where all these local community energy community initiatives are collaborating, for instance, in RISCOP, the European Network of Energy Cooperatives. And that this network then gets this kind of lobby power where they're influencing European policy that then in turn influences national regulation that to provide more space for community energy. So I think there is a lot going on there, but there is also a lot of remaining questions on how do these translocal networks collaborate? What is their democratic legitimacy? Who is included and who is not? So if we ask how are translocal multi-actor networks empowering people to contribute to social innovation towards just sustainability transitions. Again, I think Smarties has some very interesting insights in this regard about really emphasizing that the scaling up process is important, but that it allows to transcend the local dimension, but that it should not be based on just transferring, but really on recontextualizing local experiences, which I think is a very important insight. But also then connecting this to the issue of fostering, relating to local identities and really involving these. And last but not least, I think one of the most inspiring things that I read through these different deliverables was this emphasis on the human factor. And I really like also this connection with human energy as a kind of another perspective, but also the more psychological dimension that Adina really emphasized. So in order to answer these questions about translocal networks and how they are empowering, we really need to understand this more underlying human and psychological dimensions. And I'm very excited to see all the work that Smarties has done. And my reading list has grown exponentially just in this morning, which is exciting, but also a bit daunting, but looking forward to read more about your work. And here I would like to end. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Floor, for this engaging and brilliant reflections on Smarties, but also the larger context of energy transition and social innovations. We are already a bit over time, but we do have a number of questions in the Q&A, which I want to give back, even if some of them have been answered in written form already. There was a question by Helen Stockton to Adina, asking if she could say a little bit more about which community organizations were worked with to enhance the outcome. This is something we find in the UK, but to have this borne out in this modeling is particularly interesting, and she's referring to the agent-based models there. For example, were the organizations typically thought of as being trusted in the communities? And there's a follow-up question also, but Adina, could you say a couple of words first?
Yes, so part of this question I've already answered in the chat, and the idea is that we did a stakeholder mapping in each of the cases to see which actors, so which organizations and just organizations, sometimes even individuals, which were supporters, which were opposers, and which were a category of what we call the independent critics and experts. And indeed, most of these organizations that were supporters were neighborhood associations or community organizations. And we simulated what happens when you have more active supporting messages from these actions. We have to say that in the baseline scenario, so in those that were, as it really happened in reality, we already had some of these organizations being active, but we simulated what happened if more of them and with more intensity, they were becoming active in this process. And we also did some simulations, not in all cases, but in some, on what would happen if the city council would also rally not only with organizations, but with opinion leaders. So, of course, the question is how you do that. That's a more complex question. But opinion leaders, we define them just as people, not necessarily those representing organizations, but those that have wider social networks, and also those that tend to be very active in answering in the public space. So we had a question in the survey, actually, what would you do if you agreed or disagreed with particular topics? And those that responded that they would be more active, they would mount a demonstration, they would say, have an opinion on social media. We considered those combined with their social networks. So if they had the big social networks, we considered them opinion leaders, and saw what happened if we did that, if we showed more messages from them going to people. So, and then Helen asked me whether did we analyze the outcome, if the outcome we observed diverged by type of stakeholder organization. So we did not simulate what would happen if particular organizations only without the city council were actually giving positive messages. We only compared between what happened when only the city council was doing so, or when this message was amplified by the press and by other stakeholder organizations. And we did find quite significant differences there. So we do find that the city council by itself is not always the best channel or the most effective one, that the good sort of use of the press, of course the press is not under the control of the city council, but a good use of that, as well as of other organizations, and rallying and establishing strategic alliances in communication with other organizations is really much more effective.
Yes, thank you, Adina, for answering that question. We also have a question from Moses, who says that he's in Kenya and very interested in using insights from Smarties and spreading them in local communities. So he's asking more practically, how can this be arranged? And Gabriele has already answered that he's more than happy to discuss that further with him. So please contact Gabriele, who has very good connections also to a number of countries on the African continent. And further on, you can always look at the website, and we will introduce a tool on the website this afternoon and open it for use in the public, where you can explore a bit more about the story of some of the cases that we analyzed, and also the core simulations that we did for these cases, so that you can take these ideas from there on. But then, of course, I'm also happy to discuss further. So please contact either Gabriele or me or somebody else from the project, and we are more than happy to answer you. Okay, with that being said, we are like 7 minutes into the lunch break, but we had an hour for lunch. So I'm sure since we are not together in Groningen, we can all manage to have our lunch in 50 minutes. So we will meet back here for the afternoon part of this conference, which will then start at 1:15. And then we will show you some of the agent-based modeling that we did you already got a taste. It sneaked into Adina's presentation already, but you will see some of the other models presented in this afternoon. Thank you so far. Enjoy your lunch break, and see you all back at 1:15. Okay, it's 1:15 and most people have returned from their lunch breaks. So let's just jump into the first afternoon session, which is about the agent-based models. And Van der Jager will host this session, so I hand over to him.
Thank you, Christian. What we would like to do in this session is focusing on simulating the dynamics and social innovation processes and what we learn from that. And in this session, we will first have a presentation of Groningen case about winning a referendum. Then we go to the Barcelona case. We'll focus on the dynamics of social support. Following that, we will have a short presentation of the Aberdeen case, to or not to be part of a heating network. Following that, we have a reflection by Petra Arweiler, who is the current president of the European Social Simulation Association. And then afterwards, we have a question and answer session. So it's all about agent-based models. And I can imagine that there are few of you that have heard about the methodology, but are not really acquainted with the precise methodology. So basically, to explain it in a nutshell, agent-based simulation implies that you simulate individuals in a network and you let them interact. And to give a short demonstration of how this works, I have here a small demo. And what you can see here is a network of connected individuals. And you see here a red one. And you can imagine this is one who has contracted a virus or has a brilliant idea of something else. You can imagine all kinds of things. And through means of communication, this one agent can share ideas or viruses or norms with other agents. And as such, it propagates through basically the simulated community. And as you can see here, we see a very beautiful, typical S-shaped innovation diffusion emerging. So that's basically agent-based modeling in a nutshell. Oh, this is not what I meant to do. The big questions that we encounter with using these models are questions like, what drives agents' behavior? What needs do they have? What motivations do they have for behavior? What are their attitudes? How can we implement them? What are opinion dynamics? How do they develop and how do they change? What networks do our agents have? And what do they exchange in the process? How susceptible are they for norms and different types of information? So big challenge that we encountered also in this Smarties project is how to implement social scientific theories into these agent architectures. And this is basically a part of what we call, or what Joshua Epstein coined as generative social science, a new branch of social science that is capable of generating social phenomena that emerge, for example, in communities. And this is typically what we have been doing in our Smarties project. So let's go to the Groningen case. And you already know by now that Groningen is a beautiful town, but it's also very much a cycling town. It's located in the north of the Netherlands. And as you can see here, an overview of the city, and you see here the park that we have been discussing about. You already heard about that. So this is now a picture of the park, and it's very difficult to imagine that more than 25 years ago, there was a very busy road through this park. And that was basically running from top to the down under where the bridge is, this area here from the north to the south. And here you see some pictures of the situation. And you can imagine that as a cyclist, this was not really a very pleasant or safe situation, nor was it a safe environment for children in the neighborhood to play. So the neighborhood came up with a plan to close it for car traffic, and the municipality decided to have a test closure of about a year. You can see here the corridors and even a steamroller part here indicating that is a test. And then there was a referendum. This referendum served basically as a tipping point because it could either be closed for cars or kept open for cars. And there was a lot of debate going on in the social networks over there. And the end result was basically 50.9% of the population that voted to close the park for cars, and 49.1% voted for opening it again for parks. So this was really a very close call. And I think it reminds you of many other situations like called Brexit or American elections. Very often you see this kind of close tipping points. So to model our specific case of the park closure for cars, we conducted desk research. We did basically archive research. We collected primary data. We used social theory, and that all basically came into agent-based model assumptions. And the data have been used to calibrate the models, and we used empirical data to validate if our model was basically capable of replicating this case. For this, we have developed an architecture that's called UMAT, and that's combining various data and theories in an agent-based framework. And it comprises the network level, so different networks that actors have. It comprises mechanisms about when do actors really speak to others to convince others, and whom do they listen to. And finally, there are processes included on how actors make their minds up and how they act. And I'm pleased to hand over the floor now to Luz, who is telling about the experiments that she has been conducting on this model. Luz, take it away.
Yes, thanks a lot, Ander, and good afternoon all. It's an honor to present the agent-based model of Groningen, where we recreated the past of the referendum and investigated the social dynamics at play in the social innovation. So here in this map, you see Groningen visualized as it looks in our agent-based model. This black banana-shaped form in the middle, this is the Noorderplantsoen that we are talking about. And the colored spaces, they depict the districts where agents live. The simulation is indeed empirically calibrated, and we used its data from statistical yearbooks and municipality data. Using this data, we could equip our agents with personal characteristics such as social and economic markers, but also a residence in one of the districts. In the next slide, I will elaborate more on the composition of this artificial population. Here you see a graphic representation of social demographic characteristics of Groningen in 1994 across districts. The variation in this district allows us to further investigate how these aspects could play a role in the simulation. I will summarize that further on the next slide. Looking at this sample, we can categorize 946 homogeneous groups of agents, and these characteristics play a role in the simulation as they are important elements in agents' motives underlying opinion formation, but also in voting behavior in the referendum. In what way? I elaborate on the next slide. So agents which agents are more interested in using the park as their local social hangout, and which have more need for car mobility through the park? Well, that's a very complex story, but motives for keeping the park open for cars could, for instance, be a swift mobility and shopping convenience in the adjacent malls. But people who live close to the park and have their children there playing might focus, for instance, on safety and don't want the cars into the park. But these motives and opinions are not only important on the personal level. Motives and opinions are also flowing through agent social networks. In the next slide, I will tell you how. So what are social networks? Well, in this case, it's locally embedded social world of each agent in Groningen. This can, for instance, include household members, friends, co-workers, and neighbors. Social networks vary in size, but often display high clustering. And on the next slide, you will see how when I comment on a movie of the simulation. So here we see the interface of NetLoco, the program in which we, by using the Smarties UMAT architecture, built the case of Groningen. In the middle, you see the map. So when a simulation starts, each agent with an initial preference is talking to their network about their votes. They inquire with each other and they signal to each other what they should do. Looking at the color development on the map, you can see that some districts tend to be very homogeneous. When they turn red, it indicates that this district would prefer to keep the park open for cars. And when they turn green, you can see that they would prefer to close the park for cars. Near the end of the simulation, we find the following verdict. 51.6% of the voters prefer to close the park for cars. And so in this particular simulation, it is rather perfectly in line with historic results. And this may seem evident at the first glance because we knew that it was a really close call. However, how confident can you really be that history wouldn't have unfolded differently? It could have been that there were alternative scenarios and that different people talk to each other. To be slightly more confident about this particular result, we simulated it 1,000 times. And on the next slide, I will show you the averaged result. To our surprise, after 1,000 repetitions, we see that the main result clusters around 49. And so in most cases in this simulation set, we found out that the park could also very much have remained open for cars. So what is of influence here? Well, here comes the key challenge of our case. And I will give you some examples in the next slides. Why had the why do we see this 49.1% and 50.9%? One of the policy interventions that we experimented with, I will show in a video on the next slide. One of the policy interventions that we experimented with in the model is where the municipality would have held more affirmative campaigns underlying the benefits of having a car-free park, which in reality, the municipality was very much in favor of. If this simulation starts at the same point as the basic model, the municipality casts campaigns to inform agents about the benefits of closing the park for cars. We experimented with various time points that the campaign would unfold. Early in the process, middle in the process, and right before the referendum. Citizens in this case are influenced in their motives, and especially those who hesitated are affected by the campaign of the municipality because they are directly targeted. However, what we find is that timing is very important. In this particular run, 62% of citizens vote to close the park for cars. So this scenario has a very strong effect. On the next slide, we show you which timing is most important. We find that if the municipality has starts with campaigning early in the process, so immediately target citizens on why it could be important, and that they could shape or change their opinion regarding the benefits of this closure for cars, we see that that is the most important impact. But it is more complex than that, because there are different clusterings and it is not easy to tell why exactly in the beginning this had 10% more effect. Therefore, we also experimented with the robustness of our outcome, and I will elaborate on the next slide. One of the things we implemented is seeing how sensitive this referendum result is to unexpected events. So one of the experiments that we did is simulating accidents with cars in the park. And this would increase agents' safety motive. So they would find it much more important that cars are banned from the park. Once you implement a random event like this, the vote behavior is really changed. Now let me briefly discuss an additional experiment on robustness of these outcomes. On the next slide. In all the experiments that we conducted, we can see that we can identify various conflicts of interest in polarizations in opinions. This really helps in exploring the impact of different population characteristics. Some of the key lessons that we learned with this experiment is that neighborhood meetings, meetings with city council, but also certain individuals in the council or in your municipality can be of really strong influence. And the key lesson that we learned is that involve citizens and stakeholders early on, start campaigning the social innovation early on, organize group meetings and test the project as a pilot, because this will really involve individuals more. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Loes, for this very clear presentation of our Groningen case. I hope everybody has a kind of an idea of what has happened. We didn't have the opportunity of really going into detail in all the theories that have been implemented in this model, but for that I invite you kindly to have a look at our website and look at the deliverables where everything is explained in detail. For this moment, I think I will stop sharing and I will hand over the floor to Amparo, who will tell us more about the Barcelona case. Amparo, please take the floor.
Can you hear me?
Excellent.
All right, and can you see my screen?
Also very good.
Also very good.
So you can start the presentation.
All right. Well, first thing to say is that we are presenting the agent-based model for Vitoria-Gasteiz, not for Barcelona.
Sorry for that.
No problem. So, as in the other models that we will discuss this morning, our initial hypothesis was trying to understand the ways in which we can improve citizen acceptance of certain local social innovations in order to study if we can upscale this and replicate it. In particular, I'm going to discuss a little bit about the Vitoria-Gasteiz case in which our idea was to model the acceptability of citizens in favor and against superblocks in a specific policy scenario. Superblocks are neighborhoods that in which only the perimetric traffic is allowed, and the traffic that goes in is spelled out, and there are other limitations such as speed limit and the number of parking places. We have used the same architecture as Luz has explained before, and our main agents are citizens, but we also introduce other agents that are important here, like the local media, the council, and several associations like cyclists, neighborhood associations, or merchant associations. Of course, all the citizens have their network, so they have friends and neighbors, which they discuss their opinions and also receive the communications from the local press, the associations, and also the council. As well, a thing that I would like to say here is that the only way in which citizens or agents can modify their opinion about superblocks is by communication acts. They communicate with other agents, and this might trigger a change or not in their position. As I said before, we have used a HUMAT model for the behavior of citizens against, in favor, or undecided about superblocks. And to model the citizens, we have used the needs. There are several types of needs, like comfort, for example, environmental quality, participation, social, prestige, and so on. And sometimes what happens is that as citizens, we try to fulfill all of them, and we are not able to do it. For example, I might be very interested in environmental quality and I wouldn't like to use my car to go to work. But at the same time, I am very concerned about comfort, and I live in a place in which public transportation is not available, so I use my car. So I have a cognitive dissonance, and I try to ask the opinion of my network, or try to convince them of my position, right? It's not the only way to have a cognitive dissonance. In any case, communication is the way to change behavior. How we do this is establishing directed links in the relations between two citizens that are labeled with weights that represent the trust of the citizens in that relation. Of course, it doesn't need to be symmetric. And so I send my messages to other citizens and receive their messages in these communication apps that we use to investigate the changes in position of the citizens. The critical nodes that I mentioned before, like the council, the press, the associations, also have links with the agent citizens, but they are unidirectional, and they only can communicate with citizens, not the other way, and then can communicate between each other. Either their only function is try to convince the citizens of the positions. We have used several data sources, but the main one was the questionnaire that we have carried out in Vitoria. And we needed to interpret each of the questions of the questionnaire to map them to the HUMAT architecture. In this case, for example, the question about the degree of concern of not having enough parking places in the superblocks is mapped to the importance of the need comfort. And we do this with the questionnaire and the needs of the citizens. The questionnaire is also used to establish the size of the network for each agent and the trust that it has in its relations. For representing the population, we have two types of citizens: real citizens, and these are each of the 865 completed questionnaires that we had in Vitoria. And with these questionnaires, we also created population profiles. These population profiles have the are decision trees that allows us to decide if this person is this agent is against Superblocks, undecided, or in favor, taking into account data as age, time in the neighborhood, if they have children or not, if they are employed or not. So we can generate artificial citizens using the Vitoria-Gasteiz census data that contains these variables and the profiles that we have derived from the 865 questionnaires that I mentioned before. Of course, we also needed to reproduce the real process that took place as our model was adjusted to reproduce the real situation. And this real situation, the behavior of the model, was checked with the stakeholders. This was how we have validated the model. For this, the process, the communication acts that took place were mapped also to our critical nodes structure. So, So, for example, in this case, in which we have the neighborhood associations using the press to derive two news oriented to the need comfort, which was a specific one, very important by the things that the stakeholders told us, because the citizens were very concerned about the scarcity of parking places in the Superblocks. And so we just map this situation, the real one, to our model. Vitoria-Gasteiz was represented in the map that we can see here with the different sections of the city and representing the citizens here with green for those in favor of Superblocks and red for those against Superblocks. Well, this is a print of the interface in which we can see that there are several variables here in the left part as the month and year that we are reproducing, the map that I just have shown, and several graphs of interest like the acceptability of the model in favor and against, the communication acts, and all the satisfaction of the needs that we have seen before. Okay, and now let's go to the scenarios. There are several things that we need to take into account. First, the alternative scenarios were designed with the psychologists and sociologists of the team, and there are several things that were relevant. In the first case, the comforts need was relevant for the reason that I have said before. There was a lot of contestation in the city, people that changed their positions to be against Superblocks because the reduction in parking places. And so it was important to model if we could palliate this somehow with more communications, addressing specifically the satisfaction of the need for comfort, and in earlier stages so we can anticipate these contestations from citizens. We also think that it was important to provide citizens with spaces in which they could discuss the social innovation and exchange opinions between them. And the other alternative, general alternative scenario that was relevant was to check if campaigns on environmental awareness, mainly devoted not specifically exactly to a need, but to educate the citizens, could help us, and how also good effect to have these campaigns more dilated in time and being more intense. So alternative scenario number 1 addresses one of these aspects that I just told you. There are more communications from the city council to citizens addressing the satisfaction of the need to comfort, starting previously to the time in which citizens are aware of this reduction in parking places. And also we establish new communications from supporters and from local media. In all the scenarios, we have a pure one, which is this one, communications related to comfort, and another one trying to hybridize with another of the alternatives that I just shown. In this case, scenario 1B uses the same communication strategy, but adds the citizens meetings that happened in 3 stages. At the starting of the project and at the end of the project in all census sections of the city. And in this time in which the parking policy in central blocks is established, and this is only done for the sections in which the parking policy is applied. This is what happened. The timeline is in blue, which is the real situation. And the alternative scenarios 1A and 1B are in orange and gray. As you can see, it's important, as Luz just have said with the Groningen model, to anticipate the contestation of citizens and to be able to increase our communications. So we raise our acceptance from 66%, which was the original situation, to around 72%. In alternative scenario number 2, our pure scenario is to have spaces so people can communicate. The scenario 2 is the citizens meetings in the same stages as in scenario 1B, and to this we add to hybridize scenarios 2B and 2C with new communications from the local media and from the local associations, both supporting the policy. And these are the results again. As we can see, this is the original situation. Providing spaces for citizens is important, but it is more important to be able to increase the communications in favor of the policy. In this way, we can increase acceptability until around the same numbers as in scenario number 1, 72% in this case, a little lower. Finally, alternative scenario number 3 combines 2 different strategies. The environmental awareness campaign that I told also in the summary, this was led by the City Council's educational campaign. It's also started in the early stages of the project, to almost after the parking to the end of the project almost. Involves an important increase in communications, 42 communications in this case, and in a longer time, in 3.5 years, doing 1 communication per month. We allowed also self-organized meetings between residents in the same census sections that I just told you before. And in scenario 3B, we add also new communications from local actors supporting the environmental campaign, the environmental education campaign. And this last scenario leads us to the most successful case, in which the acceptability rises almost 10 points from until 76 almost %. And as you can see, this is very important. It's not only important to be able to anticipate the contestation of the citizens, to do it so in the early stages, but also support these communications longer in time and with the local support in adding to this strategy from the council. So the conclusions are quite similar to what Luz have said. And this is basically all that I needed to say to you. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Amparo. I think you very nicely explained and demonstrated how this methodology of agent-based modeling is capable of testing out policies that address longer time periods and larger group of peoples. And that is really an extension in the toolbox of the social scientist. I think that is very valuable. I would like now to hand over the floor to Gary, who is going to tell us a little bit more about how people decide in the community setting to join or not on the heat network for the case of Aberdeen. So Gary, if you are ready, please take the floor.
Thank you very much, Wanda. Amparo, I need you to stop sharing. Hello, Amparo, I need you to stop sharing your screen so that I can share my, thank you. Okay, so my name's Gary Polhill, and I am presenting the Aberdeen model and its scenarios with my colleagues Doug Salt, who's been the main developer of this model, Ruth Wilson, Catherine Colley, Phoebe Somervale, and Tony Craig, who've been social scientists advising us on the development of the model, and Mai Mohammed, whom you heard from this morning, is our contact in the council and has also been a key stakeholder in the model's development. I will give you a very brief summary of the model of Aberdeen and show you the scenarios explored with the model and the results that we got from it. Very briefly, the agents in the model include households and banks, landlords, and very critically, advice-giving bodies. Aberdeen, one of its social innovations has been the creation of an independent or arm's length advice-giving body. It's funded by the council mainly, that offers impartial advice to citizens on saving energy. And this has been very important in helping advise citizens and reducing fuel poverty in the area. The households, they live their daily lives, they go to work or school and they attend social events. So this is all done through the social networks, which have very much already been presented, if you like, in a similar way by my colleagues Wanda Yaga and Luce and Amparo. They also have to pay their rent and mortgage or their energy bills, and they have to maintain their heating system if it requires maintenance. These payments are important for trying to work out whether or not the households are in fuel poverty in the model. Now, various events can trigger the households to review their heating. So the heating system can break and then they might decide to repair it or replace it. They could also find themselves having very expensive heating or maintenance costs. And they can also be affected if there's a significant failure of the heating system that they're currently using. And these kind of triggers can mean that households seek advice. So just to kind of go over this again and to give a little bit more detail, as well as the agents mentioned, if you like, we have buildings as agents because we need to keep data about the buildings and the number of households in them. We simulate households as agents, but we can also simulate individual people as agents and have them belong to households and then see what the effects are of different, if you like, intra-household politics are, the ways in which a household decides to make its decisions are on the kind of outcomes we get in the model. We have some businesses too. In fact, the district heating network in Aberdeen has a commercial side that is for profit called Deal, and businesses can join the heat network. However, the main thing we're interested in is Aberdeen Heat and Power, which was formed specifically to address fuel poverty through using district heating. and I think is a key social innovation of the council. Again, creating an independent body, so it's not run by the council. And this goes back to this issue of trust that has been mentioned by both the previous presentations. And if you talk to the people from Aberdeen Heat and Power, the most important thing for them is that they do not seek the same level of return or anything like the same level of return on their investment as if they were a private company with shareholders. Now, the agents have to pay their mortgage or rent, and they also have to pay their bills, as I've said. They can get advice, but we also have agents that can give the householders loans and grants, which could help them sort out their heating system. The main sort of events in the model are to sort of circulate around money because of the fuel poverty, the payment of bills and so forth. But we also simulate the kind of demographic lives of the agents, as we see on the right-hand side. So this is people living on their own, then forming a couple, possibly that couple having children. If they do have children, then the child leaving home, the couple left in the home on their own, and then agents dying. So there are demographic processes going on in the model as well. We simulate the weather. We've had to look up formulae for determining household thermal comfort based on the humidity and temperature, as this is also very important. So in order to simulate the adoption of the heat network, we drew on Rogers's 2003 diffusion of innovation theory, which has different psychodemographic profiles. And particularly we looked at Moore's work called Crossing the Chasm. It's a marketing book that talks about the kind of very different psychological characteristics you find among innovators and early adopters. Innovators using new technology because it is new. It is the very newness that makes it interesting and exciting to them, and they don't really care whether it works. They just like trying new things. And early adopters are very happy to use next new technology, but they need to know that it's going to be useful. They need it to work. They tend to make kind of social network connections with a diverse range of people, whereas there is a chasm as you go to the early and late majority. In the model, we don't distinguish between these two psychodemographic profiles because we don't simulate the ease of use of the new technology. They tend much more to make what Moore calls vertical connections, which means their social networks are mostly with others who are like them. So they need to know really that most people who are like them use the technology. Moore characterizes them as pragmatists rather than visionaries. Laggards will use a new technology largely because there's only one option other than what they do. So to grow the heat network, which is one of the things we are kind of interested in, is what are the scenarios that allow the heat network to grow to increase adoption, to allow the council to dissipate more energy from its energy from waste plant. The route of the heat network is largely planned by the council. You saw in Mai's presentation the sort of planned much larger scale rollout that they've got. But we can also, because we have this experimental environment simulator situation in which the heat network grows dynamically. So if a street has a junction with a street that already has the heat pipe, then we allow households in that street to vote, to join. And while social tenants always adopt because the property is owned by the council and the council is very keen to get their heat network rolled out, owner occupiers, private tenants will use their psychodemographic profile as described earlier. And I thought essentially it was important for you to see the model. We have a large number of parameters on our interface, allowing us to explore lots of different scenarios. And I should say that included within that is the capability of modeling Aberdeen as a whole, not just Torry, though we focused on Torry largely for computational limitation reasons just now. And we can also simulate the case study in Timisoara with the same model. And these, if you want to play spot the difference, these two slides just sort of show that the heat network rolling out over time from its initial core rollout, connecting via junctions. And this kind of emphasizes, I suppose, a little bit like the disease model that Fonda showed in his talk. This emphasizes here not just the social characteristics, but also the kind of geospatial links that people have with each other. In other words, although there are social characteristics to do with other people like them that the majority need to know about, there are these spatial characteristics as well. Now I should hurry up. The scenarios we explored, although for the most part we regard the new technology as being the heat network or district heating, if you like, a second new technology could be introduced. And specifically hydrogen can be put through the existing gas network. There are a number of papers discussing the practicalities associated with this. And we've assumed that this new technology, whatever it is, when it's not sort of specific to hydrogen, has a high connection cost, but a lower ongoing cost than existing standard gas and electricity heating systems. There's also been some talk of banning new gas installations as a legislative option. I think that is being given serious consideration. And we, as well as preventing that from happening, we introduce a gas price rise after the new installations have been prohibited. In addition to these kind of technological and legislative options, we've implemented an awareness raising campaign, which has the effect of telling early adopters that the heat network will keep them warm, which means they don't have to rely on knowing other adopters in order to assess whether that innovation will work for them. The majority are effectively told that others like them have it. So that, you know, the awareness raising campaign has that effect. So they don't need to know as many others who do before they'll adopt. And we take the measurements of the extent of the heat network, households in fuel poverty and extreme fuel poverty in a rather simpler way than Mai explained earlier this morning, and the number of households using the heat network. And to show the results, largely what they say is that awareness raising is in every way much more effective than some of these other interventions in our model. And I must emphasize that very heavily. So we have a larger heat network when we have awareness raising. This is across 100 runs in each scenario. We have less fuel poverty, and we have much less extreme fuel poverty, but it's worth noting that new technology does also have significantly fewer households in extreme fuel poverty than banning gas. And we also have more households on the heat network. Again, worth noting that the new technology effectively acts as a competitor, and so that's why we have the fewest households on the network in that scenario. So to summarize the results, awareness raising, the social mechanism, has proved highly effective. New technology helps a bit, but competes with the district heating, and the banning gas has proved least effective. And that's because households have to switch when gas is banned to a more expensive electric solution if there's no heat pipe in their street. And then obviously once they've made that switch, they're not going to adopt the district heating when that comes to their area. And that's it. The email addresses of my colleague Doug Salt, who's the lead model developer, and me are there on your screen.
Well, thank you very much, Gary, for an interesting contribution. I think your presentation also highlights one of the strengths of using agent-based modeling, because you can combine behavioral insights with spatial components and technology in one framework. And I think that expresses how valid this methodology also is for interdisciplinary projects. So thank you once again. I'm happy to welcome now Petra Ahrweiler, who is the president of the European Social Simulation Association. And I think you are having a hard time as a president, because this is the second time in a row that our conference that will start next week is being forced to be held online. And for those who do not know the European Social Simulation Association, we have a very warm community. We really like to meet, to exchange our ideas in a very vivid setting. And to be for the second year in a row forced to be online, it's hard. And I think in particular for you, it's tough to be president in these times. But nevertheless, I'm very happy having you here online with us to reflect a little bit on your perspectives on the Smarties project. So I'm very happy to hand over the floor to you, Petra.
Yeah, thank you very much, Wanda, for the kind introduction. Indeed, it is very sad not to be in Krakow in 2 weeks' time, as we should have been. And it is also very sad not to be in Groningen. This is the same, very unfortunate thing we have to face now. So I would have loved to be together with you and discuss this very interesting project right away, face to face. But no, this is the same we have to face with this project. I will try to share my screen as well with you. And let's see whether this works. Do you see something?
Yes, we can see your screen. We can see your presentation very well. Thank you.
Very good. So yeah, thank you very much to let me learn so many interesting things about your project. This is really a fascinating project, and I'm very happy to have seen this fascinating work. Let's see. So I think your area is very, very challenging for modeling, and very appropriate as well for modeling, because social innovation, policy modeling for sustainability, that is just the challenge. I think our community, the modelers looking at social science issues, have to face for the next period to come. So smart climate change, supported by modeling activities, is very, very important and very crucial. And you already have done a long time project with many models. So I think this is a very big achievement to prepare the grounds of all the work we will need to be doing for the coming period. This area, I think, is extremely well fit for applying agent-based modeling, because in this area, which is also called the nexus challenge, because everything is interdependent and interacting with each other, you need to think in complex ways to develop adequate policies. And this is something ABMs can very well do. And you have proved that in your case studies, that you can handle all these feedbacks and trade-offs and the unpredictable step changes and reinforcing responses, which we experience when we talk about climate change issues, about energy transition, about all of these things that are basically not just about some new product or process like in innovation research of former times. It is about behavioral changes and transformation of whole societies, and that is something where you really need to think about complexity issues and how to model these. Let's go forward. Yes. Okay. Yeah. So your modeling framework with that you use to simulate your cases about the social innovation dynamics had the big advantage to be able to build on some existing framework, which you have then used the HUMAT framework. I think it is a very good idea to do that because you can rely on features which are validated and established. And this, I think, was a big advantage to be able to do that in your area of work. And agent-based modeling is, for those who are not so familiar with it, a very appropriate methodology if you want to look at artificial societies consisting of groups and people that do a lot of things and a lot of things which have to do with novelty, with surprises, with communication and so on. Agent-based modeling can do all that. And is the appropriate methodology for that. If one looks from a community point of view, it is very nice to see that you did all your models with NetLogo, which is an established programming platform for our community as well. And meticulously, very nicely to be seen is that you follow the protocol of our community, the ODD protocol, where you can then, from a reviewer point of view, very nicely compare models, and you see what they are, and you have a good model description. So it was very easy to scan through your models and understand them, and all was very neat and clean and helpful and well done. Yeah, so thank you for that. I had a look at all these models you produced, and also we will talk about this policy sandbox tool later on. But these models I had a look at, mostly diffusion models using a network approach, epidemic approaches. Yes. So why do I think that simulation in your area is such a good idea? It is due to various issues. For once, your project is about future. And this is always a big challenge if you want to develop some solutions that you cannot see immediately, but you want to appraise potential futures, because the future is always open, but it's not too open. So not everything can happen. And you can use all existing knowledge to see what paths can be taken, are most likely to be taken, and so on, and connect this to complexity. But this is only possible if you have realistic models that represent the current dynamics and have the capacity to anticipate, evaluate, and improve potential futures. And this is exactly what agent-based modeling can do for you. And you can use data, and you can use complex models to do scenario simulations with data, with empirical data on the case level. And I think this is one of the achievements of your project and your models, that you did that. And you used your partnership to get this data and get partners and stakeholders involved to inform your models. The second thing which I like very much, what you have proven is that this is very much about context. And there are differences in your models concerning the locations and geographies you applied the different models to. And you have seen that there is no one fits all approach, but that you have a big variety to address, and that context is a very important category. And again, one can say that agent-based modeling and social simulation can capture this dimension, can do contexts, because what you're doing is that you look at the practices, the local practices, the perceptions and attitudes, and that you can deal with their variation and diversity. And you use very cleverly your empirical case studies for collecting data, and do this in a mixed methods approach using this local data for calibrating your agents. So I think context is very important, and you achieve that in your project. Policy modeling is a big challenge, because you have to deal with policy makers and policy analysts, and you have to develop some governance for these complicated systems. And this is now what agent-based modeling can offer to policy, because you can use these methods to shed a little bit light into the dark and give some directions what can happen and what cannot by experimentation. And you can give an indication of effects of policy interventions, and that's very important. Last but not least, it is all about participation. Yeah, so if we talk about behavioral change and transformation of whole societies, then this is about the mediation and reconciliation of heterogeneous interests. And often there are conflicts involved, and many stakeholder perspectives and many expertise and so on. And I think in your models, one can really see that you engaged the knowledge sources of stakeholders, be them scientists or non-scientists, to create your models and to help your modeling activities. So I like these four things very much. I have some questions that remained open when I scanned through your models. Probably they are all answered, yeah, but I have not seen this too clearly or understood it in the documentation. So what I found was the case study descriptions are very comprehensive and capture much detail and come with a big claim and big objectives. Compared to that, the models, they have always a clear but very narrow focus on one or two aspects. It's good to have focus, but I would like to learn a little bit more. What was the transition rule between case study design and model design? Most models are diffusion models about acceptance and adoption. I would think that, at least from the case study design, other processes would be likewise important that would not be captured by these dynamics. So what is your plan to deal with them? Because in a way you need to reach the required level of complexity. The thing is big, and how to upscale. Next question is about values and context, because there is a certain movement there, dynamics there, and there are conflicts there. So how do they find entrance in your models? All this multi-stakeholder engagement, how does it really touch the ground of your models in terms of value discourse. And the last question on this slide, if this sort of social innovation is about behavioral change and transformation, then it is really about doing innovation. So what about the implementation of your co-creation approach in your project? Would it really transfer to practice? I have one other. You have the involvement of all these stakeholders on the case study design level, on the empirical level, but you do not seem to have it on the model level. So there are all these companion modeling approaches where stakeholders really go for the interaction with modelers and co-create simulation models that I have not found. So I found there's a certain barrier and the stakeholders are waiting at this barrier and have given you information. Is that the case or not? And my personal question is at the end, because I have a similar project running with many case studies and very much context dependence. And my question is, what's your feeling? Are there any unifying bedrock elements in your models where you can say this is something that is good for a global approach, a unifying model? So what is the balance between context dependency and required modeling framework, which is in a way the unifying general mechanism behind? Yeah. Have you had a co-design process specific with the policymakers? I think Gary mentioned something about that you have a very close interaction. I worked on this process with policymakers, especially to get a little bit more system into this. What was your experience? How smooth did it work in your case? So how to get these different worlds of modelers and policy makers together. So these are just questions of an interested fellow scientist working in the same area. Yeah, so I know about your problems and I'm curious about your ideas and I like your models. That's it.
Thank you very much, Petra. I very much appreciate the effort that you took in really looking at the details in our project. It's much appreciated that you really took the time to explore what is to be found in this project. So thanks for that. To quickly answer one question on the co-creation, I think you can imagine that during this COVID period, we had some problems with physical interactions, and we definitely learned that if you want to collaborate in projects like this, that online meetings, it's not the thing. If you really want to have the good information, the good talks, you need to build up trust, and personal meetings are very important. Yes. Fortunately, we already had some meetings with people in advance. So we already had some kind of culture with some people, but for other interactions, it was really tough, I think. But I think we are not the only ones struggling with that. To leave it at that, I would like now to open the floor for questions and answers. And concerning the questions that you posed, Petra, perhaps some other people of the modeling team are having something that they would like to share right now. Yes, Gary?
So I suppose we didn't have quite the same degree of rigor to our methodology for interaction in that sort of very nice systematic way you presented, Petra. But I would say from a software engineering perspective, we would characterize the process we took as being a sort of iterative applications develop approach. So this means that you prototype and then you discuss the prototype And then you keep doing that until you have something where there is agreement among all of the stakeholders that the model is doing something that is as reasonable as can be achieved within the time we have available. And in fact, that's one of the reasons we've put my kind of as co-author on the presentation, because a level of involvement in the model as a stakeholder, I think, is significant enough that as a kind of academic, one would feel an obligation to give her that kind of accreditation, such has been the level of her involvement in what we did.
Are there more responses from the modelers? Because there was one question you raised about the specificity or genericity of the models, and I think that's a very important one that we have been struggling with as well. We had quite some debates on developing kind of an integrated framework, and what grew from that is one of the models was UMAT. And we encountered indeed the situations of that sometimes you have behaviors that are really one shot. For example, do I decide to join a heat network or not? This is the moment to decide. If I want to buy a car, this is the decision. But if I change my routines, my habits, I will change behavioral patterns that will turn into stable habits that can persist for many years. And the dynamics of that are very different, but also it touches upon different theoretical streams. So you have to find a way to integrate these different theoretical perspectives in one framework that is capable of causally and computationally connecting these ideas. But if you want to implement a model for a specific case, you can also say, well, for this model, habits are not important, so we are not going to implement it. And so that's basically, I think, the playground between having a generic model and to apply it to a very specific case. And perhaps that area we can talk a little bit about the art of modeling, finding the proper balance. So that's an answer I would like to share with you.
I would also like to say something to the process of, you're absolutely right. We analyzed cases, and some of them have like 40 years of history and a lot of different events and decisions made and hundreds of thousands of people involved. And then we boiled it down to relatively simple, please don't beat me, modelers, but relatively simple models that simulate one tiny decision over time. But one tiny decision, for example, the voting decision in Groningen. And of course, that's not doing the whole complexity of the case justice. But what we tried to do in the course of this project is to find some of these key moments in time that are relevant and start with the simulation there. And it was a very deliberate decision to say we focus on these types of modeling decisions, and we experienced that even these simple things were already quite complex when we want to feed them with empirical data, when we want to discuss them with policymakers, so when we want to make sure that what is modeled there actually has a relation to the reality that happened in the past. So I think pragmatically, we wouldn't have been able to go much higher up in complexity. There are, of course, ideas, and I know that the modeling teams are still working on some additional scenarios that we were not able to present today, and that there are ideas how to extend the models, but within the time and the resources we had for this project, that was just where we had to draw the line and say that, okay, we cannot model 40 years of traffic planning in Groningen. I'm not sure that's even theoretically possible, but we model a very specific part of that, and that part was selected as one of the most decisive decisions that was made in Groningen, and the same for the other cases.
I think one of the important points is also that as modelers, we have a tendency of thinking in making the models more realistic and building more detail in it. But we also have to reflect on the perspective of the user of a model. And the user of the model is often interested in basic dynamics that take place in a situation. So very often it is the case that much more simpler models are more effective in communicating what you want to share than when you basically overwhelm people with models that are basically frightening people off because of their complexity. And I think from the stance of scientific communication, that's also very important to reflect on how complicated and detailed a model should be. And I think that's also something within our project came out of it, and that also fueled the discussions on the sandbox tool that's going to be discussed in the next part of today's conference. And yes, I think Gary wants to share something.
Well, Amparo wanted to as well, and I've spoken already.
No, I'm just going to say a small phrase about one of the aspects that Petra said, and was the involvement of the stakeholders and the people of the cases, and at least in the cases that we were modeling, like Barcelona, Vitoria, or Hierro. We have their collaboration to send us the information that we needed, and we have several workshops and meetings with them to calibrate and validate the models, and also to study the solutions that we had, or the simulation results, better said, for the alternative scenarios. So they really engaged in the project, and I think that their support was basic, so we could, as I say, validate and calibrate our models.
I just wanted to come back to this point that Petra made and that Vonda picked up on to do with specificity and generality. And I wouldn't want to characterize this as an exclusively modeling related challenge. It's one that permeates the whole of the social sciences. And it was interesting to reflect on some of this morning's presentations, especially just before lunch, that actually contextualization was one of the, I think, the key themes mentioned by most of the presenters. So this is a universal challenge.
I think this brings us to the end of this part of the day, and I think I'll hand over the chair now to Christian.
Yes, Sören has raised his hand, so I don't know if he also wants to comment to this. If we can do this briefly, we allow that.
Yes, of course.
Again, we cannot hear you. No, it's not better. I think the headset is not really working, so.
Can you hear anything?
Yeah, yes.
Sorry, it's my mic, apparently. So I'm just reflecting a little bit on it. I'll do it very brief. I think that, I like the analysis and the toolboxes that comes out of this, because this is something that you can test in real life. But the problem is that real life often is different from what you kind of set up as the problem description in the beginning here also. So these conflicting things here is really interesting to talk about. How do we make a what do you call it, a dynamic process in a kind of a fixed format? Because I mean, this is what politicians, they have a very short-sighted perspective of things here also. I mean, you just had an election in Norway, now you're changing the Norwegian economy from oil to green, and this will change the dynamic of planning totally in Norway, which I think again is also the case in Denmark and many other places where you do planning, that political change, financial change will change the game plan totally. And for a practical planner or implementer of plans like me, it is very often very frustrating to have like a very good plan and then we see a change in dynamics around us. So this was just my comment on this also. Thank you.
Thank you, Søren. A very good last word for this session that we had there. The future is always, well, somebody said, I don't know if it was you, Wander, it's always easy to predict the future, but we know it's not going to happen like this. So the next part of this conference is about this online tool, the sandbox tool that we developed, and I hand over to Niklas and Elmar to make you familiar with what you can use online and our ideas for the future.
All right, great. Thank you, Christian, and hello everyone from my side. So this presentation today, or this presentation now, will basically cover the policy sandbox tool. That's what's behind this question, how to make social simulations useful in policy context. And yeah, with me are my colleague from ICLEI, Elmar Meskovic, and also Trevor Graham from Urban Island, whom we heard earlier. And let's start. So we have roughly half an hour, and we also want to let you play around yourself. I can spoil that maybe already. So briefly recapping the policy sandbox tool, what were the aims of it? We had aimed at simulating effects of social innovations on policy outcomes. I think that's clear from what we've discussed so far. The tool was intended to support really local governments in making decisions related to energy and mobility transitions. And we wanted to allow policymakers to explore these social dynamics that we've just seen also in the modeling. And now the tool itself was supposed to be user-friendly while based on solid data. So I think also what was just discussed, this kind of, two kind of ambitions that we have. It should cover complexity, but it should also be easy to use. And what Wander said, kind of, let's try to maybe make it simple, but get the key messages across. That's kind of what we try to do here. And it was intended to be usable for a wide range of European cities. So two outcomes that I want to mention, it's quite straightforward. The online tool can serve as an introduction to the methods and the outcomes of the project, but it should not kind of be understood as the crystal ball, how we sometimes discussed in the beginning. It's really more of a teaser for the services that could be provided using ABM. And this is something that we want to also present to you and then ideally also discuss with you at the end of this session. And then maybe another outcome, we have this business plan under development based on the tool and the workshop concepts in the project. But yeah, to sound a note of caution, ABM is not really ready for commercial use, we must say, in honesty. So even though it's probably from a scientific point of view great what has been achieved, it is not quite feasible yet to really offer this as a on a let's say attractive price level to go around and do similar modeling connected to consultancy in the real world, let's say. Okay, so let's take a look. This is the landing page, and I will now briefly go into the not yet published but already online version of the tool. Basically walk us once through the tool so that you have a rough idea before trying it for yourself.
Thank you, Nicholas, and hi everyone. This is the first time we're going through the online Smarties Policy Sandbox tool live, so we hope you enjoy it, and we are very much eager to hear your impressions of the tool after. The tool will be made publicly available soon on the Smarties Project website. More specifically, you'll be able to find it under the resources heading at the top of the page there. Once there, this is what the landing page looks like. The map contains the pioneer cases that were researched and modeled during the duration of the Smarties project. At the top of the map, you see 4 icons, which represent 4 of 5 social innovation clusters. So if you hover over the icon, you will see which cluster it represents, and the city that was researched as part of the cluster will become enlarged. So if we hover over the holistic mobility plans icon, for example, Groningen is enlarged and a pop-up appears that summarizes the researched case. However, if you don't want to go by cluster, you can also simply go straight into the map to hover over the city, see the case summary, and then click on the city to enter that part of the tool. So yeah, let's take a look at the Groningen case. Once you enter the case, you will see a clickable timeline at the top that contains different points or periods that were significant for the social innovation. The first tab in the timeline is the introductory page that gives a more detailed overview of what you will be able to learn about and explore within that case. The second tab in the timeline starts with the first significant year related to the social innovation. And the first thing you see when you click on any of the periods in the timeline is a map or an image that is relevant to that case, as you can see here. Below the image, you will see 3 tabs. These are content, actors, and social innovation. The context tab, includes text and images that highlight important background considerations or factors during that time. If you click on the actor map, you'll find more information on who the key actors were and what role they played at that time. And if you click on the social innovation tab, you will be able to read about the activities that shaped the social innovation at that time as well. After you've read through these 3 tabs, you can do the same for the other years or periods by continuing to move down the timeline to understand how the situation might have changed over the years. The second to last box in the timeline represents the exploration section, where you will be able to select from a number of alternative policy scenarios to see how the case could have turned out had something been different. Since the modeling of the alternative scenarios has been made possible through the agent-based modeling, this section opens up with a short introductory video that briefly explains what agent-based modeling is and how it works. Below this video, you see clickable titles of scenarios that you could select from. If you click on the base run, you will see a model run that replicates what actually happened in that case. And then to the right of the base run tab, you see alternative scenario choices that you can click on to see these model runs as well. The case section concludes with the last tab in the timeline, which is the summary tab. And here you can find another short video that summarizes the key lessons that can be learned from the model runs that were carried out for that city. And furthermore, you can also see a list of additional resources that might be of interest in case you would like to learn more about the case. And yeah, so if you're done with the case and are curious to learn about another case that was modeled in Smarties, you can press the Back to All Cases button, which will take you back to the landing page, as you can see here. And this button is located at the bottom of every single page on the tool. So this was very brief, but I hope it gives you a good idea of what the tool looks like and what it offers. Thank you. Back to you, Nicholas.
Great. Thank you, Alma. So now basically, yeah, you know what it consists of. So it's, to recap, basically 2 parts. So the first part is this reconstruction of the chronology of the cases. So this is really basically taking up in a very concise manner the qualitative research results. And then the second part, the exploration of policy scenarios. This is where the models come in, and you will find all these model runs on these scenarios commented by the respective modelers, somewhat similar to the previous session that we've seen. And yeah, with that, we would like to share the link in the chat, which Elma will do in a second. And then we would give you yeah, about 5 minutes before we then conclude with a little outlook by Trevor. And let me check the chat. Is it already there? Yeah, there it is. Then I'll just be silent now until 2:45, and then we continue there. Oh yeah, and all cases except the Stockholm case are online. So just that you're not surprised, the Stockholm one is not available right now. 30 more seconds or so, and then we'll continue. All right, so my clock says it's 45. I hope you had the chance to go more or less through one case and maybe explore some of the videos. The next section, before we go into maybe a short Q&A or discussion, would be, what I mentioned in the beginning, the outlook, these service offers tied to this model and the research done in the project. And for this, I would like to ask Trevor Graham to come to the stage, so to say. Trevor, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, perfect. Then I hand over to you, and here's our final slide.
Thank you, Niklas. So we've been looking at how we take the learning experience from Smarties onwards. So the idea of the sandbox tool would be the kind of the first level, if you like, of dissemination, of being able to play around a little bit and familiarize yourselves with what agent-based modeling is, find out more about the case studies, find more about the experience from individual cities around Europe. But then we've been playing around with the idea of how we can take that onto the next level, because we see that there are plenty of best practice guides around, there are plenty of case studies available. So it's possible to read up on various projects, but sometimes you may be struggling to think about how it's possible to adapt those to the specific requirements of your own city. So part of the way we've been thinking is, can we use the interesting dynamic within Smarties of having a mixture of social scientists, of other researchers and agent-based modelers, together with city practitioners and policymakers, both from cities and islands, and start putting those teams together to help address challenges in individual cities elsewhere within Europe or further afield. So what we boiled that down to is essentially two service offers. One of them, the Policy Sandbox Innovation Workshop, and the other is the out of the box or out of the sandbox consulting. So the aim of the innovation workshop would really be just to provide a deep dive for an interested city. So we refer to as a client city, who may then have found information about Smarties, probably played around with the sandbox tool on the eClay website, and is interested in getting some additional support on in which way those experiences might be relevant to their own context. So we've essentially put together a package in which we would be looking at an initial kind of consultative exercise together with the city to try and understand better what their challenges and what their needs are, what kind of policy innovations that they're thinking about, which kind of stakeholders are they already working with or think they should be engaging. And then on the back of that, pulling together a team of relevant people from within the Smarties partnership, or potentially bringing in others as well who would be of relevance. So that may be more practice-based and policy-based, it may be more research-based, it may be more agent-based modeling-based, but we think it'll probably be a little bit of a mixture of those different elements, so that we could bring a team of maybe 2-3 people together to design a half-day workshop specifically for the needs of that particular client city. And we would go then through that together with them. They would be presenting their challenges We would be presenting some of the Smarties experience, and then we would be having a shared discussion and brainstorming session around opportunities and possible options for future development. So there'll be a bit of preparatory work, a half-day workshop, and then a little bit of a follow-up work with a kind of a summary policy paper that we will be providing then to the client city. So it's a kind of a deep dive, but not too deep. Just bouncing some ideas around. So the idea of that is really to make something like fairly comprehensive, but fairly still accessible and fairly affordable. So that is something that we say that there could be a potential reasonable kind of demand and possibility to use. The other option started off thinking that maybe the agent-based modeling was going to be kind of getting to the point of being commercially viable, and we're kind of like drawn the conclusion that we're not going to be there yet. I mean, we're very much a kind of proof of concept level when it comes to this application, or the application of agent-based modeling in this particular concept or context around social innovation in the energy transition. That said, there may be possibilities, there may be particular projects where there are the resources available and there is the interest, or there are sufficient similarities with some of the models that have already been made that it could be possible to provide a more detailed bespoke agent-based modeling service for a client city. It could also be that the interest is more around research or consultancy services or other kinds of support services that the Smarties partnership could offer. So this offer is very much a tailor-made solution where we would be basing it entirely on the needs of an individual city. We see it as being a deeper relationship over a longer period of time. And obviously it would be there will be like some not insignificant costs associated with that if it's going to be covering the time of project partners. So how feasible this one is as a commercial option at this point in time for kind of like commercializing the results of the Smarties project is a little bit hard to know. But we've designed something that we think could work. The detailed design of that would be then on a needs-based basis. So that's kind of where we're at. So we've got these kind of three levels. One is the hosted on the hosted play it yourself system, which is on the eClay website, where you can basically be playing around with the sandbox tool. The second is going into this deep dive but fairly light touch workshop approach. And the third is a more bespoke service, which might be building up a whole new agent-based model. It might be an advisory and support service.
Great, thank you, Trevor. Yeah, and with that, our input would be complete, and yeah, we're now happy to engage in the discussion. I think also with the previous presentations from the modelers and from Petra Arweiler also on her analysis of the Smarties modeling work, I think this kind of nicely connects to these last points. And whoever yeah, has something on his mind or heart may say so now, and we're happy to think along.
I would like to start asking a question to warm up a bit. I know that you have had these workshops during the project, where also the idea of the sandbox tool, but also the workshop idea has been discussed with the municipalities. And could you say a couple of words what the response was? Is that something that the municipalities can connect to? What are potential barriers? Share some ideas or some experiences from that dialogue.
Sure. Trevor, you want to do that, or shall I?
Yeah, I mean, I think we can maybe help each other out on this one? Because
Sure.
I think there's been varying discussions in varying contexts. I think generally speaking, our conclusions have been that existing awareness of agent-based modeling in this context is very low. I think the pandemic has been fantastic for raising awareness on agent-based modeling. So Vonda's virus mapping is something that everybody's kind of familiar with now. So I think it's maybe helping people sort of get their heads around it. And also the fact that we're still at a kind of this proof of concept level, that it's the ABM side is still something that people are a little bit uncertain about. But I think the knowledge sharing and the deeper dive perspective is something that there is an interest in. But the other message that's come across loud and clear is there's not a lot of money swirling around out there, and people in the Smarties partnership are also very busy. So designing something that is not too demanding on the time of Smarties partners, and where we could offer a service which would be quite affordable to cities, has been kind of fed into our process to do this kind of light touch approach, where we'll be looking at keeping costs quite low, a couple of €1,000 potentially within that, to be able to provide that kind of service. So that's kind of the bits that I've taken away from those. I don't know if Nicholas and Elmer, you would like to add more?
I think you summarized it nicely. Yeah, I mean, I think it's in the end a question of effort and capacity. But I think, yeah, I don't have anything substantial to add to what you just said. So my feeling was also that we maybe realistically there is a limited willingness to pay for what we could show them now. But so I think there's a bit of development missing to make it more attractive, really, for a practitioner. So kind of an idea that we were not able to implement in the end, to have a more differentiated tool, so to say, where you could maybe choose from different parameters to then really, so if you would come really with a question, so I want to do this, what does the tool tell me if I turn here? What does it tell me if I turn here, and so on? So, checking in a more customized manner, so say a more detailed manner, what would happen if. I think that could have been, or that would create more interest and more maybe relevance for a policymaker being in the situation. Thinking about maybe mobility planning, but that's not what we have right now. So in that sense, I think that's also where we're just kind of we can just offer what we have, and I think there's the potential maybe to get there in the future, but it's hard to then sell this to say if we need to sell a future development. That's a hard position, of course. But does this answer your question, Christian?
It does. Yes, it does. So I would like to pass this last piece over to the modeling teams then. So how do you see the transferability of your models to other related cases? So how would you approach, for example, you have the Aberdeen model, you have the Groningen model, and then the city of Trondheim would come and say that, oh, well, we are considering closing a road here in Trondheim, and we heard you have this interesting model that could tell us something about how public opinion about that develops over time. How would you approach transferring the Groningen model to Trondheim?
Well, perhaps I wouldn't.
Okay, yeah.
I think as a modeler, it's always, of course, very tempting to see modeling as the answer to any question. But we should not forget that what the modeling really teaches us is a deeper understanding of the behavioral dynamics of a certain process. In that sense, I often usually say that a successful model ultimately is not running on a computer, but is running on your brain, because that expresses that you really understand something of reality. And I think that's one of the valuable contributions. However, when you deal with a practical situation and a policy question, and there's uncertainty about which direction a particular plan could take, and you want to explore a little bit how sensitive this situation is for different types of policies, it is of course a possibility of implementing a model and to do some test runs to support a discussion with all the involved people in what kind of alternative futures there exist in the situation and how that would play out for the different people that are involved in it. And in that sense, it might contribute to a more local democratic process where the local community is invited to discuss modeling outcomes as a group. So that could be a valuable application, I think.
Mm-hmm. Gary, you have raised your hand.
Unmute. I just wanted to make a couple of points in response to this. I mean, firstly, as you said, modelling is even ongoing in the project at this very late stage. And one of the things we're exploring is how quickly we can build a model of the Western Isles case study, for example, based on the experiences we've got with building the models so far. And so it may be, if you like, that by putting together the kinds of things we need to include in models for these case studies, we've got a much better idea of what we need to do and how we need to do it for future ones. So it may well be that agent-based modeling becomes quicker to do than it's seemed to have been during these 3 years. I suppose the other thing to say is that there are commercial companies that do agent-based modeling, and they may well have that have standardized some of their approaches in this way. But we go back to this point about the contextualization and the need to recognize and do justice to the local context people find themselves in. So there is that cautionary note to sound about overgeneralization from one place to another. But I think, again, it is a question in a lot of ways that I think requires a significant investment. Agent-based modeling has been around for about 50 years, since the Schelling-Sekoda model of social segregation back in 1971. It's widely regarded as one of the earliest agent-based models. That agent-based model is very abstract. It isn't empirical by any means. Empirical agent-based modeling really only took off, I would say, in the middle of the 2000 to 2010 decade. There were a few empirical agent-based models prior to that. And actually, there's an awful lot for us to learn. And the only opportunities we get to do this learning as scientists and academics is in projects like this. And it's very important to keep us grounded. But when you compare that timescale and these opportunities to do the modeling with, if you like, the level of investment that has gone into, let's say, more classical approaches to modeling, be that in ecology, hydrology, astronomy or economics, some of which have got 150 years of modeling history and huge numbers of person hours of effort gone into it. I still think it's quite amazing what we can do, but there is a lot more to do to consolidate and learn and theorize about how to do this sort of thing right, how to integrate knowledge together. That then does mean we could be in a much better position to just quickly pull models together from various different algorithms off the shelf. But I think it's a case of investing the time to enable that to happen.
Yes, thank you. We have 3 raised hands, so it's Søren first, and then Trevor, and then Niklas.
So I think that it's kind of a chicken and egg question, how these models are working. What we have experienced here is that we have a growing number of experts who's trying to tell us what to do and what not to do in a planning structure that is more and more academic, seen from a kind of a municipal or kind of a city or national point of view, where we in the rural area or in the districts are kind of a little bit behind what you call schedules in the planning structure, because we kind of plan by ear, or we are more in kind of we plan because there's a problem, and then we start thinking about what this problem is. And I think this is where the key is to a successful planning structure, that if you allow a local area to ask the questions before you get the answers. So it's a little bit like what Wanda is saying, that it's kind of a democratic process, but it's also a democratic process with responsibility to be able to look ahead of time and say, to get to this end point, we need to kind of backcast the ambition and think about what is then the crucial question from this area, from this quarter, or from this area to be reflected on in a model or from some experts. And I think we should kind of, there's a social anthropological study in this that is as important as kind of the technical study. Maybe there's a reason why New York is such a bad bicycle city, and Copenhagen and Amsterdam and Groningen is such great bicycle cities, because you probably listened to the bike people in that area when you did the city planning, which they didn't in New York, because they were more interested in the car people. So there's, just as an example, I hope I made my point.
Yes, thank you. Trevor? You're muted.
Sorry, just reflecting on what Sarah was saying, it reminds me of I was with the deputy mayor in Malmo once when we had a study visit from abroad, and they said, "Oh, how could you have the foresight to have all of these policies in place to be creating the sustainable city?" And his answer was, "Oh no, we did the policy afterwards. First we had the action, and then we learned from the action, and then we scaled it up." And I think that is an important element. But I was just thinking, this discussion around the more generic modeling opportunities, I think if one of the challenges that we see around this kind of certainly the kind of projects that we have in Smarties is that they're usually fairly small, fairly low budget, and therefore there isn't much capacity, isn't much scope to be looking at sort of major investment in modeling. But if there was a fairly rough and ready model, which could be, you could dock in some Excel spreadsheets into, and it could give you some very rough indications that you could then maybe refine by adding in some additional non-quantifiable criteria, then maybe you start getting something that's actually, it's usable. It won't have necessarily the scientific rigor of being able to say, yeah, this is like spot on from a scientific application perspective. And maybe you can find this kind of balance between usability and affordability and scientific rigor, on the other hand, that you can kind of accept that we're looking at something that's towards a reasonable compromise. But that's maybe for Smarties Mark II.
Yes, Niklas.
Yeah, one last kind of, or not last, but I wanted to, on the one hand side, also to expand the people discussing beyond the panelists. So if there's anyone in the non-panelist audience, then I would also be curious to maybe hear from you. And the other thing I just wanted to mention is that also early next month in October 4th or 5th, we'll have a policy dialogue with EU policy officers from different DGs, and I think that will also be a very interesting debate. I'm looking personally forward to see, okay, how do they actually make use of energy systems modeling, or ABM in that case, yeah, where do they see potential, or where do they have interest in this? And yeah, I'm also curious to know how they actually use it, because I think right now it was a very concrete local case or cases that we looked at in Smarties, and if you want to abstract it to a European level, I can imagine that this is yet another 10 years from here. So yeah, let's see what they say. But yeah, is there anybody in the broader audience who would also like to bring in something?
If you want to say something, you could raise your hands and I then would allow you to speak. While we give some time to make up their minds in the audience, I would also like to say that I see one of the biggest achievements that Smarties made with respect to the agent-based models is probably identifying like some core model architecture for types of cases that we have here. So I don't expect that you could just take the model and plant it in a different city, but what you probably can do is that you not need to start from scratch, because we have put quite some time and effort into developing these decision routines, for example, that people go through or the agents go through. And also we've put a lot of thought into how this complex system of connecting to the heat network is, or the dynamics that go on in the local neighborhoods in cities like Vitoria-Gasteiz. And these type of challenges, they might be transferable to other cases that we have not dealt with here. It does not seem like we have a question from the audience, so we are back on time. We have now another break scheduled in the agenda, another 15 minutes, and then start again 5 minutes to 25 minutes past 3 with the last session of this conference, which will be a panel debate about what kind of frameworks do we need and what can policymakers do to make social innovations flourish. So this will be a wrap up of all the different things we discussed today. And I'm looking forward to lead this discussion with 4 engaging panelists then after the break. So we meet again at 15:25, and then we go on for approximately 1 hour or maybe a little bit shorter. We will see. See you after the break. Okay, welcome everyone back to the last part of today's conference, of the final conference. I know it's a long day. It was initially planned for a physical meeting, so there would have been breaks with fresh air and moving around and talking to people in between. But it is how it is. And now we are going into the last part where we planned a panel debate between representatives of cities and also the European Commission and members of the Smarties research team about the question how to create policy ecosystems in which local social innovation thrives. So what do you need to do to get this complex thing of a local social innovation on the ground? And we heard some ideas during the day, but we also would like to discuss it a bit further and a bit more freely with the different participants. In the panel, we have Silvia Casoran Martos from the city of Barcelona, and we should have Cristiana Marchitello, who you already met this morning, but she has not returned yet, as I can see. So I hope she is able to return to the panel discussion. She sent an email earlier that there was some kind of emergency meeting she had to participate in. So I hope she will be able to return. Otherwise, we just open the discussion a bit more freely, and I would invite also, for example, Sören and Mai to share their experiences and their ideas. So to start with, I would invite the three panelists that we have here. So we have Silvia, and we have Andrea, and we also have Adina, who you met before today, to give us some first statement about the question of reflecting about, from your position as, for example, part of a local administration in a city or a scientist in Smarty, what are your experiences with successful social innovation projects? What needs to be in place for such a project, and or for such social innovations to thrive? And what is your role, your specific role in nurturing them? And what have you learned from potential failures that are there? And I have heard that also, yes, Christiana is back. So welcome back again. So we can start maybe with Silvia and your initial reflections on these questions.
Thank you, Christian. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for inviting Barcelona City Council to join to this interesting session. Today, I could only join you for a few minutes in the beginning of the session and also in the afternoon, but somehow I've been following this project since its beginning, as the people from Coruña know. Well, it's for me a big honor being here with you, and I want to congratulate you for your hard work and results. Since 2 years ago, I'm a councillor at the district where Superblocks Poblenou is located. The district is called Sant Martí, and it's indeed the district of innovation, because it's the district that used to be industrial area of the city, and it's now changing into an economic and more housing district. Since last March, I'm also working as deputy to Chief Architect Office in Barcelona, so I'm very much involved in all the process of transformation of the city. And in the past, I also worked for the Superblocks project as an external mobility consultant, so I've been involved already since 2014, I think, with this project. But I have to admit that my strongest attachment with Superblocks and new urbanism in Barcelona is my experience as a neighbor myself, because I've been living for 5 years now in the Superblock of Poblenou. That was the first pilot Superblock, and of course defending together with my neighbors that Superblock had to stay. And happily it stayed, and we have experience in first person that people in general don't like changes, as you all know, but that public bodies must be brave in implementing measures to improve quality of life of their citizens and, of course, the environmental conditions. People in the end understand and appreciate the changes, and for successful social innovation projects, we must count on the neighborhood, of course, because without their direct involvement, only little can be done. Superblocks project in Barcelona works very close with the neighborhood and other direct stakeholders, such as the economic activities, schools, health centers in the surroundings. We've got a new project also since 2 years ago that is called Protecting the Schools. And we're involving all the school communities. For the moment, we've got 100 schools that are already traffic calm around. We want to reach 200 in 2 years. But in Barcelona, we've got almost 600 schools and high schools, so we've got a big work to do. I'm not sure if you know the platform Decidim. It's a social platform that we use in Barcelona to engage social communities. And we are quite happy, or very happy, of how this is going. We of course, we can improve something always, but in fact, last year we were working with the participatory processes, the budgets. Because of pandemic, most of the process had to be done through this platform. So we can say we're happy with the results, but of course we also needed some traditional strategies to involve people that are not connected yet to the online tools. And yeah, I'm finishing now, Christian, sorry, because all urban changes that we promote, they mostly consist of taking space from cars and giving it back to people. Also to get a greener city, but somehow this is tiring because we've got many lobbies, of course, that are against any change. But the way where we go and our goals are clear, so we just keep on going. In the end, we know people will be happy with the changes, and this is why what our experience with Superblocks is showing. Of course, it's important for us to use indicators, not to track the transformation and improvements, or as also the unwanted changes. And it's clear that we need more sociology. I would say this: we need more sociology and less engineering in urban transformation, because in the end we are talking about behavior change. So we need to really understand why people behave, how they behave, and the tools you work with, they are really useful for us. So let's go farther and faster, because the climate emergency is already here and there's no time to lose. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, Christian.
Thank you, Sylvia, for these initial thoughts. I just have one short question, because I know the platform Decidim that you talked about, and I know that the city I live in also tries to engage citizens with this platform in processes, but so far it has not led to much response from the citizens. So what is the secret for getting citizens engaged in such a system?
Well, in this platform, we share many documents, and I think that's very useful. I mean, when you are following some participatory process, you can find there in the CDM all the documents that are related to this process. So all the information related to the project is there. And also you can, maybe you couldn't join the meeting, also if it was a webinar, but you can always say something there. You can always interact with the platform and then get feedbacks, and then people can say likes or these things that we love in the in the social media. And of course, also because of the pandemic, I think it was working very well. And the participatory budgets, people could vote through the platform. I mean, there were some reasons also to that why the people used it, and also even the people that were not online connected, the old people and so on, we engaged them to vote through the platform with the help of other people. So it was like everyone was using in the end the platform. We had some tablets at the streets or in some social centers, and then all people could vote there, but then with the help of somebody, but then still using the same platform. Maybe that's the reason why it's working. But there are also some things to improve, of course. It's not perfect yet.
Yes, thank you. Next out with an initial statement, I would say, is Christiana. What is your take on what the role of the Commission is with respect to making more social innovation, social and energy innovations happen?
Yes, thank you. Yes, I would like to build upon what Celia said and liaise with what I said this morning on the way social innovation has been continuously introduced from its 2022 Rising Europe to tackle the challenges of the Green Deal. We have seen that the realization of the energy transition entails this large climate neutral, socioeconomic and cultural transformation, but we know that with all the technical difficulties, the technological enhancements can also jeopardize the transition journey per se. I mean, and there can be issues that, if not tackled, can contribute to the growing disequilibrium that we have. I can think of energy poverty, for example. And the main success that we see here in the Commission is that to reduce these effects and risks, the first success, yes, that I can name is that we acknowledge and recognize that there is this need of new types of socioeconomic organizations within the communities, especially at local level, that can tackle this. And so the social innovation as a cross-cutting issue that is pivotal to address this challenge, and alongside these others are very important to accompany the technological development that we are having, especially at local level, as the Smarties project is doing. I mean, community dynamics and these different localities possess this, let's say, non-tangible qualities that it is the generation of innovative solutions to these social problems that otherwise could not have been conceived or designed top-down. Of course, here at the Commission we do top-down, but I mean, local communities represent the scale that becomes eventually the testing ground for a real-life experimentation and the social arrangement needed for a successful and inclusive transition. But the most, if I still have time, the most important for me would be that stemming from the results of the projects of social innovation, we're working on developing a definition of social innovation in energy. Our colleagues in the Joint Research Center of the Commission are working on it based on the definition that the project deliverables have provided us. And it's quite interesting because eventually we see that there is no single interpretation of what social innovation in the energy transition can entail across the different contexts. And I find it poetic, actually, because this can always be further opened up as a concept, because it provides room for policy, for silence and this community experimentation to understand what is needed to operationalize the transition. So I guess that these I can name as the successes of social innovation in energy for us.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Andrea, would you like to go next?
Yeah, thank you, Christian. I would like to highlight maybe a slightly different aspect of the Smarties project, and that is the internal working of our team, especially because, and we've heard that throughout the whole day today, how important transdisciplinary research is when it comes to social innovation, where we have to marry political targets for the energy transition, advancements in technology, new social norms and citizen engagement, and all of these things need to go hand in hand. So obviously in a large project like Smarties, it was really important to establish a very thorough research agenda and a common understanding of our research objectives to ensure smooth sailing of our team. And in a way, in our consortium, like when you really look at the day-to-day project work, we kind of mimic the real local community working towards making social innovation happen. We're very multidisciplinary, and we very soon realized that we have very different perspectives, theories, tools, concepts, priorities, and as many of the team members here, I guess, remember at the beginning, coming up with a common vocabulary was really important. And what is important in that research aspect, I think, is also really important in the groundwork to make social innovation really happen. So in order to not create research silos and to not work in parallel, but together on so many different activities, I think we did a really good job in Smarties to establish a continuous line of communication. And we've talked a lot about, or we heard a lot about the importance of continuous communication. We also had very specific research workshops, which I think were very illustrative and very informative for everyone involved. And I mentioned the word vocabulary before, and I think this is not just when it comes to social innovation, but in any form of communication between research and stakeholders is really important to make sure that when we talk with each other, we really understand each other. We really use the same words, or if we use different words, we try not to talk about the same thing using different words. This is something that I have seen in many projects before. And yes, as I said, I think we did a really good job in Smarties also to bring all these things to paper and to make them accessible for future research projects. We have a white paper that is available that was written by a very large group from the Smarties team. We managed to publish an article where we go really into very tangible advice on how to set up a project team that works together on so many different angles. And I think this is, for me, as you said, Christian, at the beginning, what is the takeaway? I think Smarties has really set the scene on how that can be done in a productive way, also in an open way, acknowledging that there are problems, that things aren't easy, that we don't always get along, or that we have different approaches. to the same question, but at the end of the day, that if you have a really good research agenda that can lead to the successful outputs of a project as the ones that we've seen today. Thank you.
Thank you. Adina?
Yes, thank you, Christian. I think because I spoke this morning about the policy context of social innovation and the conclusions of the Smarties project, I will just share a few meta reflections at this point about what matters in these processes. So first of all, I would like to say that our experience in doing this research and also I think what we also hear from a lot of city makers and policymakers, and maybe also Sylvia will reflect on this afterwards, is that we already know so much about the patterns in these processes, right? So we know so much about what works and what doesn't, and yet bringing that to practice is not always easy. And also bringing this information about how to navigate these processes, of how to facilitate the context for these processes to unfold well, is still very far from being a practical reality in many places where policymakers are dealing with this. For example, one of the conclusions we reached in Smarties, and a lot of cities in our project have said this, right, is that, sorry that I use the word cities, I also include islands, but they were the majority of cities, so that's why I use it. So, for example, that courage is really important, that being brave to do these projects that break with what's known and what people are used to, and this requires political courage. We know this is true, and some policymakers would also tell you, do this at the beginning of a political mandate, for example, in order to then have time to address this over time. And yet a lot of, we still hear these arguments over and over in different contexts that people will not accept changes, that people will not engage in these processes, right? Then this idea that as promoters, being policymakers mostly, right, the promoters in our cases have a facilitator's role, should have a facilitator's role and not a managerial role. They should not drive this process, but take this place of facilitating co-creation and facilitating participation of people. We know this as well. We know also that resistance is part of the project, of the process, and that we should accept this and, as Flor said, prepare for it and also maybe welcome it instead of fearing it, because I think it's also the sign of a healthy democracy that there is debate and active involvement in these processes, even if they take the form of resistance. So we know a lot about this, but knowing and embodying is not the same thing. So this is the first thing that we need to acknowledge. Secondly, we know this in greater terms, but then the exact times at which we should do certain things, the ways we should address particular forms of resistances, for example, are not so straightforward. So a lot more needs to come out, I think, of Smarties and maybe other projects as well, the European Commission, in terms of the conclusions that these projects bring forth and the policy makers and the actual cases involved in these projects bring forth as to how to embody this more specifically and not only as general conclusions. Because, for example, we all know participation is good and everybody would agree with that, but the exact forms of that and of navigating resistances and different forms of participation are not so well known or straightforward. Secondly, I would like to say that what we heard a lot here is that we should practice more the art of listening, both as policymakers and as researchers. And an obscure series character, I remember, said once, it's not worth mentioning who, but a series character was saying, listening is having someone deeply listen to you is an underestimated pleasure, right? So I think this is important also in processes of social innovation, because we need to really listen carefully to what people are saying and the specific nature of that resistance. We often label that resistance as, well, this is what happens, people are against it because they lose their comfort, but resistance is actually quite specific most of the times, and we need to take it seriously, and I think take people seriously in that. We also see that there are a lot of social trends and coming from different directions, and maybe we've even seen this with the COVID pandemic, where people feel that choice and direction is taken away from them, right? So I think that restoring the feeling that that citizens have choice, have direction, have control, and have impact over these processes is one of our main conclusions really important in these processes. And we need to move away from these representations of the citizen as from the extremes of either seeing the citizen as passive, uninteresting, and opposing everything, or the opposite of, the ideal version of the citizen as ever interested, with a wealth of resources, of time and involvement and motivation, and we need to understand that people, us included, because we are citizens and neighbors, as Silvia also was mentioning, we have different types of resources, different levels of activism and engagement, but also different concerns that we can be very passionate about and we can become very involved with if we feel that we have control and impact. And finally, I have to say something about also, from my role as a researcher, but also as a psychologist, that there's a lot that we know, and we often, I often have this reaction when I see how much of what we know, particularly from psychology, but also from other social sciences, that could really be of so much use to navigate these processes. Just to mention a few, I wouldn't go in detail with them, but for example, we have not taken up again things like psychological reactance, for example, right? There's a whole theory and research behind the fact that people actually react to having things imposed to them, and there's very specific instructions about how to deal with it. We have things like the theory of minority influence of Moscovich, right, which talks about how conversion processes occur and how people become convinced of an idea even before they're aware that they are convinced, which I think is very interesting. And also he talks about active and consistent minorities as a key aspect of social innovation. He didn't call it social innovation, but of innovation of novelty processes, right? We have a lot of other things that can be brought to bear on this to understand how the socio-demographic circumstances and sort of social positions of people condition their positions and their views of social innovation, their reactions to social innovation, but also how these conditions, how we can navigate the process of ensuring higher acceptability. And finally, just to say that in our transdisciplinary working, I think Smarties ended, and I think this is the experience of other projects, as far as I've talked to colleagues, that so much more insights can come out just of the work we've done. And sometimes, a project ends just like a government ends after 3 or 4 years, and then some of those are left, they are taken up in other projects. But it would be interesting to have some mechanisms to kind of extract those meta insights and continue that work, not only through additional funding, but through networks establishment and maybe through also distilling results of different projects, different common projects at the European level. I know some of those exist. We have network funding for the Marie Curie project and others, but still, I think there's some further reflection to be done on how to carry this further, because some of them can get lost, and it's a pity. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Adina, for many thoughts that you shared with us. I would like to open the discussion a bit more and also involve the audience and the other speakers of today. So if you have a question or if you want to give a comment on these topics, just raise your hand. But I would like to start the discussion with, we have now heard that social innovations usually originate and develop on the local level. And the different actors that we have now in this panel debate here, they have different roles in this process. So what would you say is your specific role? And then be really like specific. What is your role as a municipality to support these processes? What is your role on the European level, which you said, Christiana, rightly so, is often top down? What is your role as a scientist in such processes? So who wants to share some ideas? What do you think, Silvia?
Yeah, I think it's you, Christian, who must say the name.
Yeah.
We are very shy. Well, of course, from the local perspective, I think we are the ones that are, of course, most in touch with the citizens. So we are the ones that must involve most communities now to participate in any project. from us, I think we can also help the other public bodies, no, from regional level, from European level, to engage citizens. So we should be also used as a channel, no, to contact directly our citizens, because I really believe that it's more difficult, no, to make people participate when you are from a European level. But I think that when we work together with local community, with local municipalities, then it's easier. And of course, without innovation, there's no evolution. So I really think innovation is something that should be really forced to be included in daily processes and all the participatory process as well, because you mentioned that in the city it's successful in Barcelona. Yes, it's successful, but maybe we get some thousands of citizens, but we've got 1.7 million of citizens in the city. So in the end, yeah, it's successful, but it's not that we are getting on board everyone, even not most of the people. So it's, yeah, we still need to do a lot of research to engage the communities and the citizens.
Yes, let's go to the other end of like the political spectrum. When you look at the European level, something that happens in a city on an island, how can you support something that is so far away from like the highest level of European politics and policy?
Yes, I mean, as Silvia said, I mean, social innovation happens locally. It is inherently place-based, and when it is the European Union supporting it, it does so by giving it a legitimacy and identifying the priorities and funding it. And I mean, conferences like this one helps us having a discussion and identifying the gaps to proceed further on what can we do better based on what we have so far. And I mean, the EU funds social innovation through the programs that involve the administrations of member states, like especially the programs that are managed by services like DG Ampol or DG Regio, of course. And we also do it from the national point of views, because we have the regional development agencies, the innovation agencies, but also at local scales, helping cities and municipalities. We see a role also in involving the consortia for the framework programs for R&I, because they will include the representatives from the quadruple helix. You remember the slides that I showed this morning? I mean, we have the important roles of the public administrations, representatives from academia, industry, ranging from the large corporates and to small SMEs, as well as public and private with and for impact investors and civil society organizations. I mean, all this is what we can do, steer the discussion and understanding the priorities and funding it, even though it is up until the island, and we have programs specific to islands. So this is our role there.
Yes, thank you. I can see that Sören wants to ask something or comment something. Please go ahead.
Yeah, you can say that there's kind of a distinct difference between the municipality and kind of the citizens in the way we communicate. Very often we see the municipality or the politicians as kind of the legal entity, and therefore they will also be kind of the police or the law or the economy, and that is very difficult to talk to if you either want some, what do you call it, achievement or some communication, or if you want to get a permission. Then they have many different roles in this also, which makes them more complicated to talk to from citizens groups, organizations, and structures. You have to be very well organized, which is again, in a modern bureaucracy, then civil society structures has a problem with the communication with the what do you call it, the bureaucracy or the political structure, because they are kind of very much top down, and they become kind of the enemy or the, what do you call it, administrators of the world, and we are kind of the people who try to live the life of citizens. And I think that there's a big gap here. And I think the European Union is helping by putting up frameworks or projects or the new Green Deal or Bauhaus, and they give us some ideas about where are we talking, what are we talking about. But there's a long distance from a translation of this to kind of a local, and I'm not talking about islands at all. It is also like it is normal citizens activism that is, it's getting more and more separated in structures, which I think is and how do we avoid that, and how do we make it much more, what do you call it, direct and in contact and with kind of more heart and soul instead of just law and order.
I would like to give the question back to you, Søren. How would you change that?
Well, I think autonomy is interesting. If you're talking about autonomy in this also, then I think citizens groups have less autonomy than they used to have. So like in Sylvia's case here also, like there's a good example of kind of an autonomy within a big city of Barcelona. I think and that's a very famous project also. We are looking at it to learn from it also, this process. And I think Samsø has also been this model. We are now kind of a case study for the Clean Island Secretariat in Brussels for many other islands. We've been working with Western Isles and El Hierro and Gotland and many other islands as an example. But the example kind of shrinks a little bit because we are now also looking at some really large, like the European top-down structure, the UN development goals, and many other things here also. And we have a hard time understanding what our role is as small, what do you call it, entrepreneurial citizens organizations. And I think this gap is we need to look back and have a more decentralized structure. So I think that is the answer to this also. Trust and believe that we can do more than just being kind of behavioral citizens that are doing what we're supposed to do. We should do much more what you call undisciplined local action, and activism should be kind of more accepted as a process in this, not just a reflection on as being an opposition to things. I think we should be in charge of things instead of being in opposition. I think that is a kind of a different approach to how we activate citizens.
Sylvia, what could a city do to open these arenas for activism, for trying out new things, for experimentation, without them crashing with the rules of the city, the country, the EU?
Well, in the case of Barcelona, activism for us is really the reason to go faster and farther, because they are asking us for being more brave, being more radical. Many of them, also, of course, also others, the traditional lobbies are asking us to stop. But for us, the movement, for instance, from the schools, from the school families, they are asking us to really protect the health of their kids. And they've got a really nice movement called Revolta Escolar. It's like a school rebellion. And they are really protesting, like every Friday, cutting the streets once a month, also doing, with many actions. And of course, school communities are really, really big. We've got 600 schools, as I mentioned, in Barcelona city, and each of them has like 500 families, 1,000 families. So it's like the whole city is involved with this movement. And from my point of view, I've been always an activist. So I was an activist. I'm a politician now, and I also work with mobility issues. So, but for me, it's really, really important that the activists are really doing their work, and that the municipality, of course, is open and following them. They are the lighthouse, I think, for our policies. And about Twitter, I wanted to mention, because when Søren was talking, that in the end, it's a pity that it's full of trolls and bots, because Twitter is the perfect channel for direct democracy, because everyone there is just at the same level. You can just connect well, that was the initial idea. In the end, it's not like that. But I think we should make up more channels like this, like really places where people can just say to each other what they think about it, and of course complain to the politicians when they are not protecting the environment, when they are not doing enough with the climate emergency, with the pollution that we suffer in Barcelona, a lot of pollution. So it's I think politicians should be even more exposed to citizens, which But maybe we would lose all the politicians. No one wants to be a politician anymore, I think.
Well, there actually is a tendency in many countries around the world that politicians are less motivated because they get a lot of negative feedback. So it's maybe a different topic, but it's also a very serious issue. There are many raised hands now, which is great. So we get a lively debate here. Gabriella was the next one on the list.
Thank you, Christian. It is more or less linked to this kind of present discussion. Well, it's absolutely clear also for the present discussion that citizen engagement, stakeholder engagement, social actors engagement is one very important pillar for social innovation presently, for social innovation in the future. And personally, I spent perhaps 80% of my life as researchers in underlining the importance of identify social actor, engage social actor, engage citizen, and so on. But perhaps I think that presently we should also think about the risk of citizen engagement, the risk of societal actors engagement. I repeat, I spent all my life for reaching the results that we are getting now. But we have to think about the risks. For instance, I see three risks, but it's just an initial thinking. First, the risk of delegation, a delegation from public sector, political authorities, public authorities to citizens. It is very important to involve citizens in decision making. It is very important to have a discussion peer by peer, but public authority should continue to play the role of public authority. And in some cases, in the name of citizen engagement, some public authorities play less the role of public authority. The second risk, and I'm not specialist on this, is linked to social networks, so it is every day in the page, etc. And the third risk, perhaps not looking at Europe, but perhaps looking at what happened in the United States in the last 2-3 years, perhaps we have also a very strong linkage between citizen engagement and radicalism. Therefore, we can have a strong citizen engagement that is not by definition positive, but can also be a problem for the security and for the democracy. Therefore, I think that we have to start also a reflection, we that are the main protagonists, the main promoters of citizen engagement, social innovation, societal issues, etc., to start to think about the risk of these trends.
Thank you. Some interesting thoughts, Gabriella, which also, like if we take the example of the United States, you might argue that citizen engagement has happened there also, but not in the way that we would like to see it. But then the question is, who defines what is the right and what is the wrong citizen engagement? So it's a very interesting topic. Vander?
Yeah, I was a bit triggered by Søren's remarks on top-down and bottom-up. That resonates very much with me. I just wanted to add that, well, of course, you have to find a kind of balance between top-down and bottom-up processes. But the problem is very often that when you move into the direction of a transition, that uncertainty is going up. And the response of a lot of people, including politicians and policymakers, is when things become more uncertain to try to grab control. Whereas if you really want to move a transition forward, I think trust is very important. And you should learn as politicians to mobilize trust in the community. I think at this very moment, how politicians deal with the COVID crisis is exemplary, where there's a lot of control policy and there's hardly any attention for trust in that people can organize themselves to beat a virus. Not that bottom-up is the only answer here, but I think you need to understand that both processes can be balanced. and that you have to avoid the trap of trying to control something when it becomes uncertain and highly dynamic.
Yes, I agree that the question between bottom up and top down and the balance between the two is quite interesting. What would you say, Andrea, based on your experiences from Smarties, but maybe also from other projects, how is this trade-off between bottom up and top down, and from the analysis that we did, how important are the two processes for success of social innovations?
Well, what comes to mind is the ECHOS project, Christian, the pre-runner, I would say, to the Smarties project, where we used the method of a survey and asked 18,000 Europeans what they think about or how they make their energy choices. And what we saw, and I'm not 100% sure if I interpret top down and bottom up correctly now in the way that you mean it, but what I think about it is how different people framed their choices and their decision to make a choice depending on how much they can influence it and how much it is imposed on them, especially in terms of administration, for example, of an energy project. And we've heard that today previously, and we could show that also in that survey, that people want to be engaged and people want to be in neighborhood projects. The word community, of course, comes to mind, especially also now with the new European Union directives that all talk about energy communities, local energy communities, which I don't know about other countries, but here in Austria is the top topic right now. Finally, we have the regulations in place for people to come up with their own communities, administer themselves, and not be too dependent on what comes from the higher up political level. How to best merge the two, I have no answer, I have to admit.
Okay. Giuseppe, you also want to say something?
Yes, I wanted to comment about participation because I was myself a local politician a few years back, and actually answering to Gabriele, I think that there is, on the contrary, a culture of conserving as much as possible decision-making in political circles and using participation more as a form of tokenism to show that we are all open and to the civil society, to activists, but in reality there is not that much the will of allowing the civil society to participate in the decision making, if not through the political representatives. And I think this is a little bit of a problem in my view, because actually in my experience, the best results, at least in the projects that I worked in, was when there was a genuine opening towards citizens organizations, and they were really allowed to participate and have some substantial word on what we were going to do. And so, for example, in my case, was the zero waste strategy that we brought on and delivered a substantial increase in urban waste recycle. I mean, the percentage rose a lot in just a couple of years that we adopted the strategy. So I think that actually some formalized spaces for consultation of citizens organization are needed. I mean, every city could adopt these. It's not needed to have a national or regional law that or supranational law that impose these systems, formalized systems of consultation and participation. Every city could decide to do that. And I think that would be very good if that would happen, because often political representation is conditioned by dysfunctional recruitment practices that happen within political parties, even at the local level. And so the representation is not so genuine, I would say. I mean, the citizens are not really represented often through political representatives elected at the local level. they often are more represented, in my opinion, by some citizens organizations that are very local, vocal, and that they are very capable of engaging citizens. They are often very much supported by citizens. And in some cases, they even replace political engagement, because I've spoken with many citizens that feel so disenfranchised and feel so distrustful towards local political parties. And they say simply that they are not going to vote or engage with local political parties. So they express their political voice through citizens' organizations. So having them in a formalized pattern of consultation at the local level, I think is very important.
That kind of leads to the next question that I would like to ask, because what we've seen in Smarties is that often an important factor in making social innovations take up speed and develop over time and having some success is that there is some kind of at least half professional organizational person behind. So they usually start with some engaged citizens or from a local initiative of the administration or politicians locally. But for them to become like sustainable over time so that they can really run, it seems like it's important that there are some professional structures behind where there is someone taking care of structuring the processes, being the open ear for citizen questions and so on. So what would you say are the key actors that you need to get on board, that need to drive, or that can drive such innovation processes? So what are like roles in society that are quite important for that? I'm sure you have some ideas about that, Adina.
Yes, thank you, Christian. Well, I think first there's definitely citizen organizations are really important. So in whatever form and shape they have in different countries. For example, here in Spain, neighborhood associations in many places are really active organizations and they're really important. So this might not be the case in other European countries or in all European countries, but those should definitely be involved in processes like this. I think I would like to first say that I think there's sometimes can also be abuses of that professionalization, in the sense that, for example, we've seen here often governments also delegate these consultancy processes to consultation processes, to consultancies, to specific organizations that professionally come in, organize the process. And I think that leaves a lot of citizens and organizations with the feeling that, okay, we are asked and that it's okay, but we do not have a direct dialogue with policymakers that is also ongoing and contributes to this building of trust over time. So I think this is also I think a key finding also in our project, that we should have these channels and open up there should be these channels, and these channels should be opened up and they should be continuous. They shouldn't be a one-time thing, or a particular time of the year when you have these 2 months of participation in a particular place. They need to be ongoing. I think experts are also an important group, but they have to be sort of subsumed to the broader process. They are not in a way the main actor. They have a very specialized role, but they are important in building trust, for example, and also providing some of the information that's really relevant in these cases. And I just want to give an example here. When we did the interviews in El Hierro, one of the things that appeared, as there were many drivers to the process, but one of the barriers was that people had a misunderstanding of how the energy market actually works in Spain. And it was a very common misunderstanding. The misunderstanding was that you could establish your prices locally, and that's not possible in Spain. You have a national market, so energy gets sold to the national market and then you buy it at a certain price. And so people were very angry by the fact that they couldn't have a reduction in their bill. and even sometimes us as researchers in interviews, we explained that that's not possible in the system, and that opened the whole perspective about then how would you deal with the benefits and how would the benefits be redistributed in the community in alternative ways that do not have to do with your energy bill. So, for example, experts have a very important role to play in these kinds of things, explaining these sort of issues. I also very much like what Sören said, because I think often also us as researchers looking at these topics and at the topic of empowerment and citizen participation, we run into that even language is often limited in assuming this sort of passive role of the citizen, right? And this idea that the city council or a policymaker initiates a process and then citizens participate in it, give their opinion, and then it ends up with either acceptability or not. I don't even really like this term of acceptability because I think it's still passive. And I do agree that there should be ways. I don't think there are too many ways, but there should be ways, first of all, in which citizens are allowed, they have the space more than they are allowed, they have the space to really take up ownership and also initiate projects, be entrepreneurial, as Sören was saying, because we are all citizens. We talk about citizens sometimes as if there's someone outside there, right, that doesn't know much and that's the citizen, but we are citizens as well, and we feel perfectly capable of actually taking charge of things. And there should be places for experimentation with that, for those kinds of trying out new things without a lot of structure and without a lot of bureaucracy attached to them, because I think that's an important issue as well. So there's also a role for, going back to your question, Christian, there's also a role for these sort of intermediaries. Not everyone in a city council has the expertise, or not even they can have the time to do this translation process and have these spaces that are open where actually you can experiment freely without having to do, for example, something as basic as a lot of paperwork. A lot of social innovators complain and citizens complain, if I want to experiment with something, I have to defend it in so many policy terms or objectives that, it's in the end, I have to learn all this in order to be able to propose my idea. So there should be these more flexible figures that allow for that translation not to be necessary, or be more fluid and more and simpler, and that process to be simpler. And the same on the side of citizens. In a way, you can have these intermediaries on both sides, right, that allow for those spaces of experimentation. I think that that really is key. And I also just personally and as a professional would be really excited to see that as future development, just as opposed to this trend of losing power, which I think is something that a lot of citizens feel more and more.
Thank you. Andrea, you want to follow up?
Yeah, I want to add 2 examples from other projects that where it is about where to place the expert in a society to achieve impact among citizens. And one thing that we're doing in another project right now is to work with the Catholic Church and Caritas in rural community in Italy, where they are very, very active in the community, and also very interested to come up with their own energy community. And the way this local society is organized, the Catholic Church is just the best place to take the priest and make him into an energy expert who can answer questions. And this man is also very interested to be that. And another example is here in Austria, completely different examples. In Austria, the fire brigade is a completely voluntary brigade with more than 300,000 Austrians being active in the fire brigade on a voluntary basis. And they are like the #1 place to go to create spillover effects and to train experts then who are then the ones to inform their community. And these are always organized as community fire brigades. When it comes to energy communities, informing people. And there is a high trust relationship, obviously, between these people working together. And I think that is a very interesting way of looking at it, to more accept the heterogeneity in countries and how we meet and where we meet, and where we should go to in every country. And that this, as Adina has already said a moment ago, Certainly not always is the municipal government who might not be that interested or might not have experts to train the citizens.
I think you mentioned some very interesting points here, namely connecting to already existing and already trusted groups, communities, when you do such things. And just to give another example, probably one of the largest community in the world is the community of football players and football fans. So we are just doing a new project now where we want to. So there are some football players who are professional football players who are quite engaged in climate topics, and we try to connect them and resonate the topic of climate change also in the football family. So we will see how that goes. But Søren, you also have your hand up.
Yeah, my point is that, I mean, it's back to your original question, Christian, in this little session here where you talk about the change of what you call it, roles. We see kind of a new generation of politicians that is more like they are educated to be politicians. They come out of university and go straight into politics, and they are kind of, we can call them professional politicians. They are not elected from brands or from the companies or from organization structures. They are elected as personals, and the same you can say about NGOs. We have more and more professional NGOs. So actually, these two kind of groups, they grow together. They also kind of the same generation that is now looking into this also. And the professional NGOs are really good in reading the funds and the prospects, and the politicians are really good in kind of reading the strategic kind of network of politics. But these are two different sides of the same kind of coin, where you see somebody describe what they call the fourth sector development, where you have like the public sector on one side and you have the private sector on the other side, then you have the NGOs kind of in the middle. But out here in the middle of this, what do you call it, this system, you have the fourth sector, which is a combination of companies and public sector and NGOs that is kind of semi-professional and working out there. And that is a new strategy. We have a new structure we haven't defined as a player in how we organize. And I think we should study that more. How this is going to operate, because the next generation will know about that and be there, and not maybe reflect on a citizens organization, but be out there as a part or branch of a like Greenpeace or some organization that has a say in the development.
Yes, also good thoughts. Sylvia, you want to say something?
Yes, well, I was going back to Giuseppe, so maybe it's not it's too late now to go back, but well, I just wanted to talk about the participatory process in general, that it must be clear for the citizens that it's under discussion how to do that, but not what to do or when to do. I mean, that's a political decision. And then in participatory process, also to avoid frustration, I think it must be clear that it's not about discussing what or when, but only how. How can we reach this, or what uses do we imagine in this new public space or whatever, but not that this public space will be transformed into some social place. That's and so, something that it's also worrying me somehow, because in Barcelona we've got 10 districts, 73 neighborhoods. Every neighborhood have a council, a space where people meet and talk about it, but they are mostly men of between 60 and 80-year-old. And so it's, well, and my concern is always trying to engage young people, women, and maybe the online tools during pandemic also helped that new people started to participate, because it's maybe easier if you're at home with your kids or whatever. But I think it's something with participation, with innovation and participation, we must be very concerned about this problem, and we really need to engage all kind of people, not only the men, the white men from 50, 70 or 60, 80 nowadays, but we don't have immigrants, we don't have teenagers, we don't have women, so it's, we need your help for this.
Yes, also a very important point. We are coming towards the end of this discussion, but I would like to ask one question, and I ask you for very short answers. So the question is, do we need new ways of governance? And if yes, what would be the one thing that you would change? So we can start with Adina.
It's such a big question, Christian, for a short answer. But anyway, I would say that what I would change is creating these spaces locally for true radical experimentation with governance. I mean, going back to what Silvia was saying, I would even approach botellones in Spain, for example. You know, they can be a space at the beginning where you engage teenagers if you want to engage them at the beginning, before they're drunk. You know, but you can actually use those spaces for engagement and also for very radical experimentation. I would allow that and have, for example, in a city, each neighborhood propose one very experimental project and also one very experimental form of governance that they would like to work with, and assign some resources to that so that we see what comes out of that. I think that can be done and it would be interesting.
Thank you. Silvia, what would be your one thing if you want to change something?
Yeah, I think that public bodies should be more open and available to participate with social innovation, especially because it generally comes from bottom up. And for instance, in our case, Barcelona is very strict in terms of giving permits to use public space for any proposal. We, in the end, when we really want to do it, it's possible, but it's always very bureaucratic. And yeah, so I think in terms of giving permits to use public space to test different innovation proposals, I think public bodies should be more flexible.
Thank you. Andrea?
From an Austrian perspective, what we do not have is something that Groningen had, to have a public vote on a project. And that is something that I would find really interesting. It's a bit like Adina said, to have some more regulatory playroom maybe, but just to be able to propose something to a larger population part of the city and see what people actually say. That is something that I wish we could do.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who would like to vocalize one wish for a change?
With the fear of being an aging white guy, I think that participatory democracy, I think it's really interesting. I mean, the voting process, that you actually leave some responsibility to citizens' organization, and then politicians can be inspired or advised by the outcome of these processes. I think we need that much more, because I mean, very often politicians are off what do you call it, off their marks in the contact with civil society, but that changes quite a lot. So participatory democracy is a way to go.
Thank you, Gabriele.
Many among the politicians, independently from left, right, center, etc., because now most of them are not so interested in common goods.
Yes, Giuseppe.
Well, besides what I said before, of having formalized spaces for citizens' organizations to engage on the main policies of local authorities, what I think that would be very useful to have more seed funding for citizens' organizations to engage in, to propose and develop at least a project for social innovations, local social innovations that could be of public interest and that could be then later further funded and joined by other subjects, including the municipalities. So having this seed funding scheme, I think, would be very important. Otherwise, for many organizations, citizens organizations that have excellent ideas, I think there is very little chance to take a role and to lead something.
Okay, thank you. And thank you again for a very lively debate with a slightly larger panel than we had in the program. So I really like that also some other people engaged in the discussions here. And to finish the conference now, I don't want to give a long talk, but I want to say a couple of words that close the circle again to where we started this morning. And I'm sharing my screen again. And what I want to say is that this is like the starting point or the idea, the concept behind Smarties. So I introduced it this morning, and we went through all of the different steps during the day. And what I think, I totally agree with what Andrea said. I think Smarties has been very good in negotiating these different perspectives, talking to each other, including our stakeholders in the process, in these discussions, working on the misunderstandings and the language developments that we had early on in the project. So I think that that's really an achievement of Smarties, that we have been able to, through this project, show that these different perspectives can go together. So we made use of social innovation research. We did really thorough analysis of our cases, and we used that to inform these very quantitative simulation models, and then used these models again to get into a dialogue with policymakers and to make them, together with the team, formulate some scenarios that we tested then later on. So I think that is one of the big achievements of Smarties. We also have done this contribution to the development on the theory of social innovation by like doing the casework, but also, and that is something that will be reflected in the latest deliverables of the project. It's not yet in the deliverables that are out there. That is how also these agent-based models can actually feed back on social innovation theory, because when you build these models, you need to quantify things, you need to formalize assumptions, you need to be very explicit about assumptions, how things work, how people influence each other. And this process of being forced to do that for a very specific case also leads to that you get a different understanding of the processes that are going on when you do social innovations on the local level. So I think also this feedback of the modeling technology on the theory of social innovation is quite interesting, and is something that will live on after this project. We have discussed the big progress that was made in the development of agent-based models of social innovations through this project. We have created like 3 different base models and then variations of them in our different cases. And these models will also be something that lives on. And I'm happy to hear from Petra that she thinks we documented them well, so that they are available also for researchers and modelers outside of the Smarties project. But of course, also the Smarties researchers will go on with that. I would also like to draw attention back again to like a process that went on a bit in parallel to the research activities, but also intertwined with the research activities. And that was the follower city web. And the feedback that we got from these follower cities was that they actually drew a lot of inspiration from visiting our reference cases. So we had, luckily before COVID, a series of visits in the different reference cases where we invited all the follower cities in each cluster to these cities. And these 1.5-day meetings were described as something quite valuable for the follower cities, because they could discuss among equal other cities with similar challenges how they address issues, and got inspired by what other cities were doing, and also giving their input on what they were doing. So that part of the project was also very interesting and fruitful, and I recommend taking a look at the videos on the website. So there are very good videos about these visits in the cities, where you also get an impression, an even better impression about what the cases are about. And then the policy sandbox tool, which kind of evolved through the project into something that was a bit different from what we anticipated in the first place. But this exercise of going through how can we make these complicated agent-based models with a long-term programming effort behind and a lot of thought going into them, and then some of them running computations for days. How can you put that into something that can be easily handled and is still valuable for people out there, for users, for policymakers, for example? And our attempt of that is the sandbox tool that you were presented to today, but also the workshop concept behind, where we have developed an idea of how can we take these learnings from Smarties further and spread them to other interested cities and islands around there. So to say some final words, we still have 1.5 months in this project to run, and we still have some exciting deliverables to come. But it has been a long journey. We actually had half a year extension in the project because COVID hit us in the middle of the policy workshop period, where we planned a lot of interactions with our stakeholders, and we needed to reorganize how to do that. So the project actually ran for 3.5 years. And in these 3.5 years, I personally learned a lot about these different areas. And I think that we have made quite a lot of progress in the areas that we plan to address in our project. And with that being said, I thank everyone for participating in our final conference of this research project. I thank all the partners involved in the project. Of course, we will have internal meetings also after this conference. But for today, thank you everyone for being here. And I hope, even if it was a long day, that it was worth staying until this afternoon. Thank you.